All right. As far as I can tell, we're successfully live. It's only 12:08. That's much quicker than normal. I'm going to pull up the Google Sheet so that I can pretend to be put together when the first chatter gets here. I think we have a big old stinking lot of people to go. Yeah, we have many people to go. I believe Nono has to go first, so I'm going to post the order completely out of order, and then I just want everyone to understand. Nono the bear, hello. Nono, you're gonna be going first when I post this order, because I remember your email. I just did not update it in the Google Sheet, so the Google Sheet order is all over the fucking place. We're going to honor that as best we can while still dealing with all this. Mr. Cookie, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. Soulstorming, the stream schedule is posted in each stream where I tell you when the next stream is happening. You can generally rely on most days at noon. Give or take like 30 minutes, depending on how fucked up my morning has been. It is, I think, the only weekday we skip is we always skip Thursday. That is a day that I hang out with Z and we do stuff. And sometimes we skip Tuesdays because Tuesdays are Total Drama Tuesdays, where we talk about like recent WotC spoilers. If there has been recent WotC news, we talk about that. But like Monday, Wednesday, always on and poppin'. Friday, typically on and poppin'. Tuesday, sometimes on and poppin'. Oh, did you ask for Maldhorn Leghorn? Hold on. Oh God. Okay. Excellent. We get to open with the Benoit Blanc voice. Fuck yeah. Elk, good luck in your partner application. JJB009, thank you for that gifted community sub, my friend. Welcome to Dog Heaven. I appreciate that generosity, and hit me with that personal question in chat whenever you are ready. You won't be here tomorrow because Elk's reviewing your deck tomorrow. Elk, how dare you? I'm going to get you for this. I mean, we'll be doing... Tomorrow is going to be unban reactions, because tomorrow morning... Oh, you accidentally clicked it. Great. Tomorrow morning, we're going to get the next like commander panel announcement for if they're unbanning anything. And so tomorrow, depending on what they unban, that could be like a 6-hour stream of me just punching holes in my walls. Or it could be like 30 minutes of me going like, fuck yeah, Primetime's still in jail. Soulstorming, yes, they've said that we don't even know if there are going to be unbans. They just said there will be, the next announcement will be tomorrow. They did say 100% no additional bans. Real name, that is both the funniest result and a like truly possible one, where they just say, we like the brackets, but we don't think they've had enough time. No changes. That would be a very WotC move. That would be an incredibly WotC move if they just said, hey, you know what? We think this is going well, but we're not sure. We're going to give us 6 more months. No the Bear, thank you for the 100-bit cheer, my friend. Welcome to the dog pile. And Red Skizix, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. I appreciate those Jeffrey dollars. Listen, Larry, I think Primetime deserves to stay in jail. I cannot reconcile a world where Primetime is in jail and Ristic Study isn't. That is the reason I think Primetime's gonna get unbanned, even though I never want to fucking play against that card. I just like I just don't know how we keep the guy who was found with 5 pounds of weed on him in prison when the heroin distributor is still walking the street. Like, it should, like, what I would prefer is a Ristic Study ban, but they're not gonna fucking do that. DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer, my friend. Appreciate that contribution to the dog pile. 2 members of my pod took issue with my Nethroi deck being called silly. Please confirm that good silly isn't broken at a casual table, LMAO. I can confirm it's not broken. I mean, that Nethroi deck definitely, like, can be spooky, but that doesn't make it fucked up. Like, the Nethroi deck, the spookiness of the Nethroi deck is like, hey, I'm going to show you all the stuff I'm going to reanimate. If you let me reanimate it, all this stuff is going to come on the board, and then it's going to try to beat you to death. So I would call it, like, the more I think about it, especially after the improvements we did, probably, like, closer to spooky than silly, like more bracket 2, maybe even rocking with a, like, soft 3 than a bracket 1, but, like, that deck is fair as fuck. That deck is abysmally fair. Beto the Tuck, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. I appreciate that contribution to the dog pile. Stopping in for just a second, but stream name has me dying. I'm glad you like it. This was spiritually stolen from Elk. Elk did one stream where they titled it, like, E-Boy Apology Stream, You Apologize to Me for Running 33 Lands, and they were like, yo, this stream name kind of kicked, and I was like, damn, that's true. I'm going to steal it. Thank you. Alarin, thank you for the 400 bits. God damn it, the pre-roll demons just came back. Okay. Mold Cheese, I'm currently 1 card over deck limit for a Zeatora Fling Queen deck. What's your general cutting strategy in this case? If you have more than 36 lands, if I'm on 101, I'll just cut a fucking land. Even if I'm at 38 and I know 38's mathematically correct, if I'm like 1 card over and I love all the other cards very, very much, I'm cutting 1 goddamn basic. But if you're already on like 36, 35, you gotta pick one thing that does not do something the moment you play it. I know you have like 50 in the deck. You gotta pick one of the 50. You can even pick at random. But if you're already low on lands, just pick something that does not provide immediate value. And just go, well, you're gone now. Pending Platypus, thank you for the random smasher pass. So no. We're going to be doing your roast first. We have to wait a little bit so that we can run a longer ad so that we can get through your entire roast with no ad breaks. DMC, thank you for the additional 100 bits. I hope you don't mind me stealing your stream title then. Theft is based, right? Yes, do it. You know what creativity is? Theft and iteration. The old yoink and twist. That's not the most creative thing ever, but like the way we have gotten so many beloved things in this life is via the yoink and twist. Please don't steal literally word for word, but past that, yoink and twist, baby, do it. Every time. Change the punchline a little tiny bit. Change the subject of the verb. Done. Danny, we are not accepting new custom cards, but if was yours the one that we didn't have time to do over the weekend? White Tiger, thank you for the 3 months in a row at tier 1, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. Hey boss, it's been 3 months that you've helped me smile and learn how to not be afraid to make mistakes, especially with opening my eyes on how not to be cringe with my decks. So thanks. Thank you, White Tiger. I'm glad you're having a good time. Yours was done. You just came up for another one. No, wait for... So Wednesday's stream is going to be half roasting, half Darkest Dungeon. Wait for the Darkest Dungeon half. Auron, we are winning. Dog Sauce, thank you. You are correct that this deck could use a Mesmeric Orb. You're so true and so right. Yeah, that sounds fine, DMC. Hell yeah, Ginger. Ah, we didn't have time for your card because we died right after. Gotcha, gotcha. I need to duct tape several of the guys at my store to the computer for your roast, man. I can't play with Gen Pop anymore. Once you get a good play group, and once you get a play group where people have like I saw people arguing on the internet about how like the point of commander is singleton and the point of commander is the inconsistency, and I was like, man, once you play with a deck that is like inconsistent within a range of good outcomes, you are forever changed. Your life is just forever made better and you can never go back. It's like getting on a good sleep schedule or like flossing reliably. Your life just improves so much as soon as you're like, oh, my deck can be inconsistent, but that inconsistency doesn't have to vacillate between fairy blowjob and dick guillotine. It can just be like inconsistency within 5 or 6 different good options. Huh? Hey, Maud, I'm going to go see my friend show this Sunday. Is there a chance I could get a reschedule on my roast? There's every chance, Relic, because guess what? We might stream Saturday. We might stream Saturday because we're not doing the World of Warcraft stream Saturday because we got to re-level all these motherfucking characters. Also, King Kettle, thank you for that $2 super chat on YouTube. Welcome to Dog Heaven. What about banned to a bracket card, or what about banning cards to a bracket, like only bracket 4, only CEDH? I think that is the worst thing they could do. I think that would dramatically undermine the overall integrity of the bracket system if we tried to make it more granular. I talked a little bit about this when I did in the long form video I did, where I said like, shouldn't be a point system, shouldn't be like super game changers. Like a huge part of this is that the system can fit on a placard. And the more complex we make it from there, the worse it's going to be. You can kind of do entire categories, as Red Skizix mentioned, like MLD is in bracket 4 jail. You can kind of do like broad categories of play pattern because that's not incredibly complex. But as soon as you have to keep like accounting lists of, oh, well, this one's so good, it's only you know, it's 3 game changer points. It's not 1 game changer points. Like, that would be the worst fucking thing ever, is if they did, like, game changers. The game changers for bracket 3 are a point system, and you can have 3 game changer points. Ristic Studies 3, Trouble in Pairs is 2, Jessica's Will is 1, mix and match to get 3. Like, that would be so fucking stupid so immediately. Kiro Kyuto, it's a good impulse, but I think it would just lead to so much like semantic quibbling that it would defeat the purpose. Okay, so before we get into the meat of the streaming for today, let's actually talk about the new deck personality matrix. I have been growing unsatisfied with the previous matrix because the previous matrix is basically like personality modifier stacked on top of a new modifier, but it kind of fails to capture a lot of stuff because any given deck is usually like aiming for one of these off the bat. Like most decks are either aiming for tuned or aiming for chaotic. And most decks are already aiming for soap opera or already aiming for spiteful. And so I've been growing less and less pleased with how precise I find this for a given deck. So we're moving to the Maldhound Pyramid of deck actualization. This has 2 axes. The x-axis is how many just generically good cards you have. If your deck has no generically good cards. They're just all a bunch of incredibly cute, precious combos. And the deck sucks, as determined by my impeccable taste. It's a YouTube short. It is something that... These are like the art project decks. These are the decks that primarily exist because you want to show your friends the cards, but they suck to play, and they don't provide an actual enticing game of Commander. It's just like an interesting 5-card combo for you to explain to people. On the other end, ChatGPT or like an AI trained on EDHREC built this deck. You may have had a cool premise, but you have crammed it so full of generically good things that you have eliminated all the personality from it. So that's the good card access. Then we have the Riz axis. This is how cool I find the premise, how like coherent the narrative of your deck is. And what I want to point out is that to reach peak, you will by necessity give up some generically good cards. So a thing I like about this is a deck that is peak is never going to, is like, there's a tautology built into this where if for your deck to be peak, it cannot be filled with only good cards. But for your deck to be peak, it also can't have no good cards, because if a deck has no good cards, you are probably getting into the range of like not actually playing Magic. And so where I'm imagining most of us will end up is somewhere along this eastern slope, where a lot of us have YouTube shorts that we're trying to get more functional. And then there's going to be some people where we're trying to inject a little bit more personality. And then there's Jail Forever. This is just like... Honestly, Jail Forever is probably peak, but I hate it. That's how this can also be interpreted. You have executed an entirely faithful, entirely effective execution of whatever your premise was, and it is disgusting. Cerberus, DJ Game King, and Linsby, thank you very much for the Twitch follows. Welcome to the Doghouse. We got to hit our manual ad break before we hop to it for the day. And then I will continue with my vamping. Is Jail Forever shoulda handcuffed to one of their radiators? No, that would be it's vibes based, just like American prisons, as Elk has said. I think a good estimation of what would get you in Jail Forever is like a mega effective casual stacks deck. If you could come up with a narrative reason that you were doing hard stacks in casual and the deck was super effective and you weren't using like Winter Orb or any of the like hyper generic this goes in every stacks deck stacks pieces, I would be like, wow, you did such a good job on this thing that shouldn't fucking exist, so we're going to keep you away from the rest of the general population. My skeleton ship deck, LMAO. If your skeleton ship deck did not have any way to convert to board damage, yes, that's what I would call Jail Forever. The last $500 deck, where would it land? I mean, the last $500 deck, I would probably put it somewhere on this slope. Like I I liked it, and they backed off of optimal a little bit for the sake of the bit, but it's still CEDH. Where on the Matrix is IDK what the fuck I'm doing? Terrence, that's where I'm gonna find you. Where would your Tursa deck? Probably somewhere low and like over here. You didn't have a lot of like generically great cards, but you'd kind of just, your brain just said Voltron and you hoped for the best. Brad, this is the new personality matrix. No, the bear, thank you for the drink water redeem. Zach, the way you can submit your deck for me to look at it, there's two ways. You can either purchase a commission on Ko-Fi. These are going to go on sale on like May 4th at noon Pacific, or we are having a free roast raffle stream on May 3rd, that Saturday. But you enter with Twitch channel points. I do not as of yet have a way for YouTube to participate, but I'm hoping I can throw something together in like a week. White Bread, thank you for the 5. Welcome back to the dog pile. Where would my mono green Asika deck go on there? I'm curious. There's no way to know. There's no way to know where a deck like that would go. No, the bear, thank you for the 5 additional bits. Welcome back to the dog pile. We're gonna start on Nono's deck. I have to use the bathroom. We're gonna use the bathroom now, and then the moment I sit down, we are running it on this deck. Alright, bitches, it's fucking Morbin time. Let's get into it. Oh shit, DMC, thank you for the additional 100 bits. Yeah, I'm curious where the Nethroid deck would have gone. Eastern Slope, I think it's approaching peak. I think it needs a little bit more focus to be peak, but close. Rice Quinn, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. I appreciate those Jeffrey dollars. Now, every month, and this is an option that has not only not been taken up, I've received multiple personal messages asking me to never do this voice again, but I allow people to ask for a character voice when we do these deck roastings. And as it so happens, Nono the Bear has asked for the Maldhorn Leghorn character voice. I said. Alright, without further ado, it is time to get into the deck roaster. Now, for those of you who have never been to one of these streams before, my supporters provide to me a primer, a deck list, and a power rating. But we do not accept 1 through 10, no sir. We only accept silly, spooky, and a scary. A scale originally developed by my friend Danny Phantom EXE is a measure of how ominous your deck's turns are to somebody who knows Magic the Gathering and is paying attention to what you're doing. Now today, we got a very special submission. We got a submission from Nono the Teddy Bear, who has sent in spooky, scary, vampire good stuff, but I'm trying to figure out where I want to go with it. It's a work in progress, but I've been working on it for years, but there's an emphasis on making bodies with casting vampires, tutor potential infinite combos, run over people with powered up vamps, aristocrat shenanigans. So, before I even open the list, I want to impart to you that I love you and I care about you, and you just made me read a sentence where I said I've been working on this for years, and I've put an emphasis on these 3 completely disparate things. I'm not going to say anything rude about that, but I want you to consider how much space you think you got in this bad boy when you pick up your deck box, and why you have told me after many years, I have been rebuilding this Honda Civic in my backyard, and after much work, I've fit in an ice cream machine, a jukebox, and a cabaret stage, but I can't quite figure out why the engine doesn't run good. Now let's look at what the actual list is. This is almost certainly Edgar Markov. Also, CG Death, thank you for the 6 months in a row with the tier 1 Twitch sub. Welcome back to the Dog Home. And Tox Tank, thank you for the 2 months, my friend. Welcome to Dog Home. I appreciate those Bezos bucks. Okay. Now this infinite combo. This infinite combo is almost certainly just a life gain, life loss infinite. Maldhound, if you're reading this, I do know how to read sequence and have even memorized my triggers. Edgar is the first commander I built from scratch. I have rebuilt, deconstructed, sold this thing and its pieces, but I just can't seem to leave it alone. This time my sister threatened to beat me with a stick if I take it apart and sell it again. Edgar is my forever deck. I cannot get rid of it. Save me, for I am not immune to wiles and charms of hot vampire men, despite my intense hatred of Twilight. I'm gonna push back on this, because if we examine this art, and if we examine the Twilight vampires, not only are you not Team Jacob and not Team Edward, you are Team the least attractive vampires. No shade to this actor. The actor's a cutie, right? In the movie, this man is spiritually ugly. In the movie, this man is a spiritual little fucking gremlin. And this is who you've picked as your guy for the hot and sexy vampire deck. So I want you to reconsider your own tastes. I kind of get it. Actually. But you picked these guys. You picked the Volturi. Anthems and buffs. I mean, so here's the thing. 34 fucking lands. Alright. There's another thing. I mean, I guess with Eminence, you never need to cast your commander. Most of these vampires probably have an abysmally low curve. So here's the thing about doing a Kindred deck. And let's bring it back to the pyramid. A Kindred deck is always diametrically opposed to having Riz. Because the thing about Kindred decks is that they are shoehorned into doing a couple specific strategies if the only rule you apply to yourself is Kindred. Vampires in general, some of them care about attacking, some of them care about opponents' things dying, some of them care about life gain, life loss, some of them care about sacrifice. So there are a couple strategies within a kindred creature type that you could choose to lean into that would give you some level of Riz. But if your only qualification for a deck is, boy howdy, are all of these boys vampires, you will always end up with just a pile of stuff that doesn't spark joy for you, makes everybody else think you are lazy, despite the fact that you have spent years cramming this fully functional jukebox into the Honda Civic trunk. Edgar is one of the single worst offenders, indeed, but elves suffer from this, merfolk suffer from this, dragons suffer from this. If you want a deck to be a workhorse, you can hit like here, let me make the medicine go down a little easier with some sugar. The kind way to place this aspect of the pyramid is a workhorse deck. These are decks that are not particularly interesting, but they just get the job done in terms of mechanically playing the game. That is what a Kindred deck will always default to. Did I see a demonic toot? Brother Bear. There is no goddamn way this is necessary. Alright, let me find the infinite. I cast infinite bullshit. Alright, so we have the blood bond combo, and then we have a redundancy for one of the pieces. Now, let me also put to you a different, very important quality of decks. We talked about this a little bit in the vamp section, where we talked about a lot of people love inconsistency as a good aspect of the format. I also love variance, is what I'm going to call it. You want your deck to play a little bit differently every time. You don't, if we wanted the same thing to happen every time, we would reread a book rather than play a commander deck. However, when the variance is so broad that you cannot accurately predict whether you are going to win the game on turn 5 or lose the game on turn 20, that is where we start to get to the point of like so variable as to no longer be functional. Nobody wants to be doing polynomial graphing to try to track the performance of your deck. So what I'm going to recommend, the first choice you got to make is the choice of is my deck on the level of the infinites, or is my deck on the level of Sanctum Seeker? That is a critical choice that every Kindred deck has to make. Vampire decks have to make it the most often because they almost always have access to black, and they are always led astray by putting this fuck-ass infinite in the deck. And so that is the first thing you have to decide. You have to decide if you are a like move the chains bit by bit, I'm going to kill you with a preponderance of damage. Or if you are, hey, it's turn 5, I might kill you now. What if you simply choose not to win the game turn 4? Evil Dead, I'm glad you brought this up, because this is the literal worst thing you can do in a game of Commander. The worst thing you can do as a Commander player is to put a win the game button in the deck and then say, well, I'm not going to use it because I don't want the fun to end. That, you are removing yourself as a player of the game, and you are trying to turn yourself into the fucking dungeon master apropos of nothing. It makes the entire game exist at your pleasure. You could win it practically any moment. If anybody ever threatens you, you might just go like, oh, well now the game can end. It is, I was that player for about 3 games at the beginning of my Magic the Gathering experience, and by the 3rd game, I was like, nope, this always sucks. This always sucks every time. And so I would tell your friend to shove it up his own ass from Maldhound. So the first decision I would make if you want a deck that is coherent is, do I stand with the infinites or do I stand with the 1 damage pingers? And then depending on how you want it to be, that will give you a lot of cuts. All right, middle finger interaction, en masse. Here are all our trauma responses. So what has beaten us before? We've lost to Thoracle. We have, well, I feel like this is just the EDA Trek brainworms. We've lost to a token player. That's not interaction. So we've lied. Sure, this is good. Then these are okay. Do we have individual obscene gestures? Okay, we have more than just the bulk stuff. I like hurl through hell. Theft is good. I often enjoy theft. Put target artifact or enchantment on the bottom of its owner's library, or search target opponent's library for a card and remove it from the game. You know what? I like this. If you have to play against Gen Pop for Mardu, I'm okay with this. It's not good removal, but if you know you're playing against Thoracle Tony or some other version. Now, there is an incredible irony in you running 5 different infinite combo pieces and an interaction specifically for somebody else's infinite combo piece. Then the rest of these are generally okay. I am going to submit to you that, well, you're in Spooky Scare, so actually you do need some good instant speed interaction, but I am going to submit to you that you do probably want, at minimum, I recommend this card to every fucking white deck at this point. I would recommend at minimum Council's Judgment. Depending on the state of the board, you can almost always politic with at least one other person to get 2 things removed. Like, it either exiles a non-land permanent you hate, or it gets to or it could get 4 if it was particularly crazy. 4 basically never happens. And if you don't do that, there's also things like Grasp of Fate that are good for just getting... You don't want to only do 1-for-1s. The rest of these are fine. Ramp Rock. So we have 7... We have 7 sources of ramp in a deck with 34 lands, and we expect to be scared. The only thing I'm scared of is what this playtest is going to look like turn 5. the, like, I'm sure that there are perfect hands that would work out with this, but for the most part, you're talking quite a big game about your ability to cook, and you have not brought any pans into the kitchen with you. We do have eminence, and we do have a generally low curve, but even based on this curve, what I think is most likely to happen with this deck is we play like one vampire a turn, and we hope for the best, and then we maybe luck out into the infinite. Some of the mana generation is in the sack outlet section. I'm glad you think that. I'm glad you think this makes up for 34 lands. I wish that I still had that connection to my inner child to believe that tapping and sacking a creature for 3 black was going to be sufficient to overcome my just vapid lack of land plan. Let's just goldfish it. Hell yeah, 3 lands, we win. 3 lands, we fucking win. So we're gonna go Viscera Seer, we get a 1/1. Vera Twilight of us. Spectator Seed in. Captivating Vampire. We get an extra 1/1. Drana Linvala, we get an extra 1/1. We steal something. Hell yeah. Next turn, we play a Lend of the Dusk Rose. We get another vampire. We steal something, right? This Captivating Vampire is immediately my favorite card in your deck. But what I want to draw your attention to is, even if we incubate, what we currently have on board is we have a hate piece that is kind of theft. We have a creature that cares about other things dying. So we have like an aristocrat, we have a moderate stacks piece, we have a theft piece, and we have another aristocrat piece. These two belong together. You could argue that these two are cousins on account of them both being able to take things. And then Markov is over here buffing everybody, which is anthems. So this is even though we have a totally playable hand, the deck is functioning. We have a board full of vampires. We have the ability to steal. We have the ability to do things. Every other card is on just some totally different shit. We have like a D&D party where everybody's monologuing at the same time. And so what I would really suggest for an Edgar deck that you truly love is even pick 2. I'm not gonna be so rude as to force an 8-year-old to pick one thing that they want to do for the rest of their life, but I would really encourage you to pick 1 to 2 things. Personally, I love theft, so I would do like theft and aggro rather than aggro aristocrats. Now with Mardu, you could do aggro aristocrats, and the other thing that I'm going to recommend is that we move away from it being oops all vampires. Everything's going to be this one creature type. It prevents you from making interesting choices because everything's just going to be a vampire. And then and if there's not enough creature support for whatever thing you're trying to do, we end up where this deck is, where we have 4 different archetypes all fighting for the main stage. Now, do you probably win a game of Magic? Yes. Will we tap stuff to steal, and as soon as anybody tries to do anything, we like sack our board to Viscera Seer, we scry 10. Alenda has the thickest thighs this side of Lady Christmas, and then we beat somebody to death. That probably works. It just doesn't make me feel anything. Because it's just random stuff. Random stuff all kind of doing valuable things, only connected by the word vampire on the top line. And so I would pick from the big wide world of aggro, of aristocrats, of stealing things. I would pick 1 to 2 of those things, and ideally I would pick one thing and I would lean a little bit in to the other thing. And then as soon as you do that, I would break the vampire rule. I would keep it mostly vampires. I would even keep it like 2/3, 3/4 vampires. But you know who could be friends with vampires? First and foremost, he has this shit on. It can't be all twinks all the time. Sometimes we gotta bring in a top. Okay? And this guy is your emergency top. And what he's gonna do for you is he not only plays into the Mardu aggro strategy, but if any of these 1/1s get boofed, he turns this into value. I mean, Ishin is the like predominant aggro choice, but I'm talking about like what cool things can we do? Nobody has ever resolved an Ishin. Nobody has ever in this life resolved Ishin 2 heavens as 1 and had the table and wondering what they're gonna do next. Everybody knows what you're gonna do next. Zurgo's new. Zurgo's sexy. So this is what you do. He can even work with I'm doing aggro and I'm doing aristocrats. I want to swing everything out and then I want to sacrifice the tokens for value. And then the like theft probably takes a backseat if we're doing things like that because we're never intended to have a super wide board. I personally, I don't like aristocrats for this man if you ever intend to cast him. Because the whole point of him is he puts 1/1 counters on everything you control. And so if we're doing aristocrats and we're just sacrificing them anyway, we're wasting all the motherfucking counters unless you want to spend your vampiric tutor on a goddamn Ozolith. Your title does not compel me. Oh, here's a perfect playtest. Because you know what we're going to do in this playtest? Oh, we're not going to vampiric tutor because we don't have colors. Good. Excellent. It's been a good long while since I got to vine boom somebody for this. You petulant, little, greedy, little shithead. Look at all of these cards that you are not allowed to play until turn 7 because you thought you could get away with 34 lands. And now the reason you have tricked yourself into playing with 34 lands is because you have tried to fit 5 decks into the same one. I think another thing that might help you is legitimately build like 2 or 3 different Edgar decks. It is so easy. It is so easy to build multiple decks for this man where you just lean into different parts of what vampires want to do and then you can build out that part and we don't have to just do like, I don't know, this is what Wikipedia said was good. That way if you ever get bored, you can swap to the next strategy. No, I would tentatively say 38. Just peg yourself at 38. Have a good time there. Now, another thing that is important when you have a good land base is you need good card advantage, you need good card selection. And good stuffs. I love that we only tagged 9 things in the deck, good stuffs, and held ourselves back from the other, 65 cards. Because I can't help but notice, I don't think we have like any card draw. Oh, we have 10. Okay, we have. So we're tagging our tutors as a card draw. Champion of Dusk is like, all right, that's a good card bomb. I don't mind Twilight Prophet. Here, you know what will fix you? Especially if you go the aggro route. If you want to have a scary deck, and you want to have like a good stand-up mud wrestle deck, put Dark Confound in your deck. That will fix any problems you have with building the mana curve inside of 2 games. As soon as you are faced with having to lose life for your own irresponsible choices, you will become a better Magic player like that. It's like getting sprayed with water, or if you have one of those like citronella collars for when a dog barks, have both. What is the enchantment version of Confidant? Dark Tutelage, okay. Then yeah, we could put that in. If we're in aggro, I would recommend the creature over the enchantment in a vacuum. But again, we need a fuckload of cards to fuel an aggro strategy. We need to be like really flooding the board. And then if we go aggro, we open up a lot of other useful shit like War Leader's Call. You can try to do you can do a lot of the token card draw options like Idol of Oblivion, because we're going to be cheating so heavily with Edgar Markov's trigger. We can do Welcoming Vampire, but there's also like Benny Brax. There's also Takaja's Welcome is an enchantment. There's also Mentor of the Meek. But there's like a million things. Yeah, Caretaker's Talent is also very, very strong. You can also do Enduring Innocence. So there's like, what I'm trying to say is there's a whole world of interesting support cards that you have purposely blinded yourself to because you are unwilling to accept that you secretly do like Twilight. I believe that this sentence here is the root of all your problems, and I sentence you to watch the director's cut of all the Twilight movies with the actor commentary. I think that anybody who hates Twilight just hasn't watched Twilight while Robert Pattinson shits on it from a little chair in the background. That does make the experience much, much better. But if you think that you hate Twilight as you hand select how many? Yeah, as you hand select 31 vampires for your 8th Edgar Markov deck over the past 5 years, I got some news for you. Oh yes, Cat, he talks mad shit. Hey, look at that. Yes, this is phenomenal if you want to go aggro. This is a phenomenal way to get great card selection. Right? This isn't draw a million, but this is always make sure that I have a good vampire locked and loaded for my next turn. So you could go like aggro. You could pair aggro and theft. You could pair aggro and aristocrats. You could pair theft and aristocrats. Whatever you want to do. But I do think you gotta tunnel it down, because right now it's just too broad for us to accurately capture any actual flavor of it. So right now I'm gonna put you. I'm gonna put you right over here. Yes, if you swing 6 creatures across 3 players, yeah, you can trigger this 3 times in a combat. Think about how much dopamine you could juice out of yourself if that happened. And then if they block and you have Zergo on the field, you draw even more cards. Think about, you could be a blue player, no. You could reach the true peak of what every Mardu player wants to be, which is just a blue player that can fight. That could be you. I mean, DMZ, if we're doing Zergo, there's a million other options. There are a million other options that would be good for a Mardu aggro deck, but again, we gotta pick. Because there's also some very compelling things we can do in Aristocrats if you are a bitch. Or if you are based, you could do Theft. There's so much stuff. We could end up doing extra combats. Yes, we could have like Karlach. Karlach joins the vampires. This works tremendously well if we ever intend to cast Edgar Markov as well. Because on every swing, we're just going to make our board bigger and bigger. There's a lot of great shit, is all I'm saying. There's a lot of great shit we can open up. What about extra combat step cards and Master Warcraft effects? For Master Warcraft effects, I would say like your best option is mostly just this guy. And again, we want to keep the non-vampire cards to a relatively small amount, like maybe 5 or 10. 5 or 10 tremendously good creatures that provide us with effects that the vampires desperately need. So Odric Master Tactician, yeah. If you got both human Odric, I would not. So don't play this guy. First of all, do not play this guy. He is quite bad. I don't think you will have the critical mass of keywords necessary to turn this man on. You will definitely turn this man on. He will be rock hard inside that little metal costume. Odric Bloodcursed is unfortunately very bad. But Master Tactician, for sure. Horn of the Mark, for sure. I think Karlach, for sure. And then I would recommend Caretaker's Talent. This one's phenomenal. I cannot speak the praises of this card enough, even though I hate tokens, because the 3-mana ability is crazy useful. It's only 1 mana to level it up, and the mana dump is a tremendous banner. Yeah, you could go Darkstar Augur if you feel even harder up. Why is this better than Tokasia's, etc.? So it's not. Caretaker's Talent is not always superior to Tokasia's Welcome, but for this type of deck, I think the ceiling on it is superior to Tokasia's Welcome. I don't think we go Marionette Apprentice unless we're doing Aristocrats. If Aristocrats is a second half, nope, don't play Maskwood Nexus. No. That is another trap. That is another trap the Kindred decks always fall into. It might provide you some scant dopamine, but I think the thing is like, so the bar should be, if this creature needs to be a vampire to be worth playing, it's not worth playing. Odric Lunarch Marshal, this effect is so good that even if he is not a vampire and even if he does not trigger Eminence, we are happy. Not this one, sorry, I'm on the wrong Odric. Odric Master Tactician is so good that even if he's not a vampire, we're happy to see him. Karlach, that extra combat is going to be so useful for us that even though she's not a vampire, we're happy to see her. And if we spend an entire card, again, if we were on like half and half, which would be bad for an entirely different reason, then we might consider Maskwood Nexus. However, We just want a small strike force of very good non-vampires, and they don't need to be vampires. They just don't have to be. They can just be who they are. Or as Ranted is saying on YouTube, just Sharpie some fangs onto him. That's enough. That's all he's got to do for you. This seems like more aristocrats life-gainy focused. An alternative to Karlach is Port Razor okay? Yes, Port Razor is quite good. I would even say better than Karlach, if a little bit less sexy. I think there's also like Bloodthirster or something. Yeah, Bloodthirster, same thing, but flample. If you really want to be on combats, I would say probably you could afford like all three of these. Wicked Kane, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. DMC, I'm saying aristocrats mostly because aristocrats are who likes... Aristocrat strategies are generally the one who care about these like life ping... Oh, blood... Hold on, I can't read. Oh, true. Bloodthirster only untaps itself. Never mind. Cut that bozo. But I would play Port Razor and I would play Karlach. Play the ones that untap everything. If you're going to be on aggro, wherever you can, get these effects on creatures. You're going to have an impulse. You're going to have an impulse to run like Seize the Day. And I want you to I want you to beat that down. Okay? Put it in a little box. Put it in a little box, chain up that box, throw it in the ocean. Put it on a creature when you can. Cracker Hoof, I like, see, look at all the beautiful things we have unlocked within you as soon as we freed you from the unnecessary chains of playing dumbass infinite vampires. Yes, Cracker Hoof is tremendous. It's going to give you some evasion for your big swing. It's a good flyer by itself. Absolutely. Morog does have well, we don't have extra landfall, so I think at best this is just going to be another Karlach, but it is good card. I don't think we want to do Cathar's Crusade just because that's going to be a tracking nightmare when we combine it with Edgar Markov, but this is absolutely the direction I would go. Absolutely the direction I would go. Gonna get you a ton of combats. Once you cast Edgar Markov, that will generally result in motherfuckers dying. And then you can keep these vampires that are giving you banners. Shared Animosity. It's not a bad card. I think it might be a little bit of overkill with the extra combats. So here's my thing about Shared Animosity. In general, I would really prefer for us to get more damage on board. And after we get damage on board, I really want to be re-triggering Edgar's +1/+1 counter thing, because we really want to have advantageous blocks. We really want to... I realize Shared Animosity stacks, but importantly, it does not stack any toughness. I really want the things we put in to stack toughness so that we feel comfortable swinging the vampires earlier. And so +1/+0, again, quite good. I do like the call for at least one of our mana rocks to be Patchwork Banner, because again, stacking toughness. So it achieves the same end eventually, which is dead opponents, but the thing we have to consider is we're probably not killing anybody on the first swing. We want to maintain creatures through combats. And if we get Shared Animosity and we have a bunch of... Like, I would rather swing with a bunch of 4/4s than a bunch of 5/5s than I would swing with a bunch of 8/1s. That is my general position on a deck like this that wants to be aggressing early and often. Is I would rather get to 3-3, then I would get to 4-4, then I would get to 5-5, versus trying to just like erupt with 6-1s and then get blown out by a toxic deluge for x equals 1. As Switch DM has put it, we don't want to get chumped that easily. We want the chumping to mean a lot more. So which cards would you cut? I would cut the entire section of I Cast Infinite bullshit. I would cut Phyrexian Altar. I would cut Viscera Seer. I would cut Blood Artist. I would cut... I like that. I would cut Cruel Celebrant. I would cut Vein Ripper. I would cut Malakia Blood Witch. I want to tell you to cut Drana Linvala, but I just can't do it. They're so pretty. If you want to rock in scary, I would keep Bolus's Citadel. I'm tentative on Anointed Procession. Yeah, I do think we can just, rather than having that be a general cut, we can just swap that for the better token doubler for you, because it's going to token double and Anthem. DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Banner of Kinship, good. I'd still recommend Renewed Solidarity for more vamps. I don't know. I feel like Banner of Kinship is better at spooky. I feel like the harder we're playing, the more we want like big creature hoodoo thing. Yeah, I think this will just be better than Anointed Procession for you. And then I think go for there. And then I think go from there. So that's where I'm going to put you for now. We're going to move on to the next deck. But first, we're going out of the voice. And Mystic Gear is here trying to defend his honor for trying to turn his pod into fucking leash kids. Tarkir Elspeth is fine, None of the Bear. You just want to be really careful about anything that you could... you don't want to tap out on turn 5 to get totally dismantled by a board wipe. And turn 5 Elspeth, if you already have a board, it's pretty good. I think you could try it, but I would switch a different Anthem for it. Platypus, we haven't done your Smasher Pass, so let's hit that really quick. Hard pass. So Mystic Gear 007, you're wrong, feel bad. I don't think that's a particularly complicated concept. I don't think there's any honor to defend. It's just you're pretending like you're the arbiter of when the game has gone on long enough, and you're taking like a weird helicopter parent role. I don't do it just for the combo. That is the rallying cry of everyone who has ever included a No Reason Infinite. There are a ton of combos in this world where both parts of a combo are useful for a deck. That's still that does not prevent the whoopee cushion noise from coming out of your deck if people watch you refuse to play the combo out of some like weird sense of bushido. If you do every once in a while play the combo. Like, I realize it's like both parts can be useful, and the sum of those parts can be deleterious to the overall game experience. The weirdest one, thank you for the tier 1 Twitch sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. For my 10-month anniversary, I got my appendix out. I have sacrificed my flesh to the stream. May your crops prosper tomebound this year. Thank you, bestie. What's up, C-Mac? It's been going good. But it's like, because I went through this over and over with my Niv Mizzet deck, which that one was a much more straightforward combo, obviously, because you just do like Curiosity on Niv and then you win. And I grappled for multiple games with like, oh well, what? But it's like useful because all I'm trying to do is ping, and if I draw cards for ping, even if it doesn't go infinite, that's so good. So I should just put it in the deck because it's so useful. And every time I resolved that infinite, it was boring. My table didn't freak out at me. Like, we were all adults. We all took it on the chin. And everybody was like, oh, I guess we're done? Like, it just never leads to... Versus infinites at a table where everybody's like, yeah, we have infinites, we have deterministic combos, I have like a very tight and concentrated game plan. Then the infinites are still exciting because everybody's like trying to shoot their shot at the right time. Versus like, it's a very, very distinct vibe shift to say, we're trying to go infinite and stick hard win conditions versus I'm trying to win via a preponderance of combat damage, commander damage, ping triggers, and trying to fit both at the same time. Just, I don't know. I've just never liked it. Like, that's because I've played at both levels. Infinite combos in casual are literally just you finishing early and everyone else telling you it's okay. Halo, thank you for that terrible, terrible correct sentence. Lord Xavier, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Hey Mauld, speaking of kindred decks, what are Angel's common themes for deck building? I can only think of life gain. It's really just life gain with a side of +1/+1 counters thrown in. Angels are not a flexible creature type. They do one thing, and that is pray, and they do one other thing, and that is stab you after they pray. Like, they have flying, but that's not even like a deck building theme. That's just like a thing most of them have printed on them. Maul, I've missed a few streams. Can you explain the triangle? I can in just a moment. I want to make sure that I close the loop on some of these other things we were saying. So, Mystic Gear says, that's fair. My decks got traumatized by strong combo decks my cousin plays into getting power creepy. Yeah, like, that's a difficult thing to navigate 100% of the time. What I've typically had the most success doing is rather than trying to power up a previous deck to meet somebody who's power creeping, I just build a new shithead deck, and I'm like, if this is what we're doing, this is what we're doing. And if they go like, no, but your deck's better than mine, I just go like, why? We both have combos. We're both comboing. What are you talking about? Nothing will convince a motherfucker to power down faster than meeting them where they're at in power level. Trying to do it by steps? No. Just go like, oh, okay, you want a power creep? We're power creeping. Here's a straight up fucked up deck. Let me do a quick check for aggro vampires for you. Nope, this guy sucks. This could be kind of fucked up if you find yourself low on interaction. This is another like useful piece for recursion if you're doing an aggro-centric deck. These aren't even like bounce on it crazy style cards. Well, I mean kind of, but these are, here are really good value pieces that would work with a aggro focused strategy. Blood Crazed Neonate, your tables might be too strong for this. If this one has time to get going, wow does it honk. But if it's just like, oh, I would swing this turn 3 and it would die, that, you know, then it's gonna suck. Carmen Cruel Sky Marcher is another way you can get like pretty severely gross pretty quickly, because a lot of high power players, hey, guess what sacrificing a fetch land triggers? This bitch. You already had Claveleño. Drana, Liberator of Malkir. This would probably be better than Drana and Linvala. This is terminally okay. It's definitely not bad, but the thing is, this isn't going to apply to your tokens, which kind of sucks because a huge part of your aggro strategy is going to be your tokens. Bloodthirst is only going to get put on the vampire spell, and it's not going to get put on what Edgar is putting for you. Is a 2-drop version that pumps tokens, then what is that? Yeah, because I don't see that. I don't see that anywhere. She has Menace and Rakdos for color identity. GD, I agree. This deck is missing a Gruul Atali in Mardu. Specifically a Gruul Atali. Oh wait, Menace is on the text. I'm assuming this is gonna be a vampire. Oh, no. No. This is like sort of... I mean, I guess it's like, it's good practice to hold stuff for main phase 2, so maybe... I feel like what's going to happen is that this card is going to trip over your banner effects. We're going to end up having a lot of things that we want to play in main phase 1 to turn on multiple combats. Well, not Morog, actually, but maybe... Okay, it'll work with Port Razor too. So then, yeah, I'm mostly worried about the I'm mostly worried about the Anthem effects, because Anthems we would want to lay before applying combat damage, and Socialite encourages us to Socialite's encouraging us to not cast any spells until after combat. So maybe I would just try it. I would try it specifically instead of one of your other anthems and see how you like it. But because it's limited to just one additional +1/+1 counter, like it's in some ways more resilient because single target removing Socialite does not undo the banner like it does if you get rid of something like Legion Lieutenant. But it does make your mana spending a little less flexible. Yeah, it does turn on mind games, which is the only reason I'm considering it. The combat trick mind game, which this player currently does not have a ton of access to, but they have a little bit of access to. So yeah, I'd try it. I'd swap out like Legion Lieutenant for it and see how it goes. All right, we got the pre-roll demons back, so we have to banish them, and then we're going to be moving on to the next deck. Don't do 1-drops that ping for 1. 1-drops that ping for 1 are made for draft and like bad standard decks. What you need to do is you need to be turboing up to like 3/3 and above vampires that can swing with impudence. You want to be able to swing with reckless fucking abandon. You don't want to be going like, what if I chip you for 1 damage at a time? You want to be like, how do I get 5 creatures that none of you want to block and then beat you to death with hammers? So I would not recommend the like. No, we should not be doing all we want. That is deep in the sauce. That is straight. That is tearing us into YouTube short territory. No, Roxas. If we examine the entire stream title, we will see that the leak stream title is a gimmick, a bit, a deception. Next, we have Elikman. Thank you, No. I hope you enjoyed the roast, and I hope you have a good day, and I hope you find success with an Edgar deck. People may still hate it, but at least then you will have people asking you to take it apart rather than you having to fight with yourself about it. GD Giant Dwarf, thank you for redeeming that random Smasher Pass. Hard pass. This is just a fire enema. A bit of a fooling, if you will. Yeah, thank you, Chaotic Evil. Thank you for elaborating. Nightsea, hit me with that rant redeem. You have 38 seconds until the ad break is over, and we are going straight into Elikman's deck. Favorite vampire movie? Unironically, Twilight. Twilight's great. I've watched the entire Twilight series like 3 or 4 times. It is life-changing to watch Twilight with the knowledge that the actors hate it and to watch them make fun of it. It's great. It's a good series. If you are not taking Twilight super seriously, these are the fucking toe beans of a killer, Bella. Like, that shit is emblazoned onto on the inside of my skull. Alarin, thank you for the 1,100 bit cheer. Moldy Cheese, what's your opinion on Kyler Sigardian Emissary and how stupidly powerful its decks are without trying? Selesnya counters work. Simple as. Fucking counter soup. They never have to try. You never have to try. You never have to make a decision. Just throw in human soup or +1/+1 counter soup. Everything will always work because that's green. They're fucking trust fund babies. But this trust fund is paid in power and toughness. I've not seen Shadow of the Vampire. Oh yeah, the Castlevania show is pretty cool. Okay, let's open up Alex deck. They said, check the primer on Moxfield. I missed some stuff in the paragraph I sent you. Many faces, one way. Shoutouts to Glycolysis, Ashkans, Yakinwaith, and Rui in the Trinket Mage Discord for helping him out. The idea of this challenge was to build an unfamiliar archetype, make sure it doesn't include black, as I've not submitted a list that doesn't use black yet, and I didn't want to pick a graveyard. Oh, I didn't intend to pick another commander that cares about the graveyard, but I ended up playing a graveyard commander anyway. To give a too long TLDR the help I want, I feel like this has stopped being Jeskai Control and started being yet another Blink pile, just with a slower, slightly goofier win condition. Fourth, work in progress, not in a state I consider playable yet. Finally, as I'm sure I mentioned in the OG primer, I had ideas for alt wins, but neither of them are currently built in, but they did cross my mind. And if I want them to, and I want them to, if nothing else, be known and discussed for however long they're worth covering. Alternate WinCon 1. Go super wide, cast a 1-drop Changeling with Naga Fleshcrafter in the grave, use the Renew ability to turn my whole board into Changelings, cast Dragon Tempest, flicker Shiko with other blink spells in the grave. Dragon Tempest will burn them out for however many tokens I have plus Shiko. Alternate WinCon 2. The silly... That wasn't the silly one. Okay. Cast Candlekeep Inspiration in the super late game when I have a ton of cards in exile. Set Shiko's power to 10+, then flicker Shiko a bunch while I have Warstorm Surge in play. Shiko's power doesn't change as he gets flickered, so Warstorm Surge would just dome for an incredible amount. Is it viable? No. Is it funny? Yes. Okay. So for work in progress, we're currently doing ETB damage triggers, which I really... So we're casting... We get to cast something for 3 mana or less for free from our graveyard every time Shiko enters the battlefield. I can see on your primer that enter the battlefield token damage is your current win con, which is a deep and incredible mistake. So this is the stuff we're trying to get out to then ping everybody for a million bajillion times. Nefarious card touchery, that's all probably fine. Token generation, that's not enough. And then here's Blink. And then we have some copying. Then we have a lot of removal. Yeah, this has... Okay, so here's an important thing to understand. If you are playing Control, you should be playing high power. And if you are playing high power, we should begin to be pulling out legitimately powerful combos. It is a good idea to work your way back from the win con. I don't know where on the road we went from like, okay, I'm going to have Jeskai win con, then I'm going to be Control. That is a weird left turn. Like you went into the 7-Eleven and you bought some Galaxy gas and now you're in the woods with your pants down. Because we can do ETB damage, but I think we have a lot committed to Blink just for either a lot of removal or a lot of counter spells. And if we want to be on like Jeskai Come, or sorry, Jeskai Comes. Jeskai Comes really hard is the premise of this deck. Flickering Shiko a million billion times is like, I'm trying to figure out how this converts to having a lot of guys. Because if we flickered Aether Channeler a bunch, this would make us a tremendously small number of tokens. If we flickered this a bunch, tremendously small number. Tremendously small number. This like half works with Shiko and Narset, but we sack them all to the legend rule. He said Shiko was a good control commander. That's true. You can do Shiko control because they make a lot of value, but if we're going to do Shiko control, the deck needs to be like way better, because the whole point of playing control is you have to have things worth stopping. And right now, the card quality to me does not imply that you are playing this against decks that are doing things worth stopping. Like the card quality I see here implies to me you are playing against other decks that are also likely to trip over their own dicks. And if you do Shiko control, like the reason to do Shiko control is because you have like otherworldly gazed Rhystic Study into your graveyard, and then you are getting free Rhystic Study out of your yard to hold up a million pieces of interaction. Like that is or you do like some other Jeskai value interaction, but if you're going to go Shiko control, we have to go much, much more in the direction of generically good card access and use Shiko to fart out tons of value, versus we have like, right now, we're using Shiko for a YouTube short combo. I think both of the win cons you mentioned in your primer, so this is like, goes super wide, which I don't know how many 5-year-olds you think this token lineup could take in a fight. It's like straight up 2 or 3. All 5 of them could handle 2 or 3 5-year-olds together. And so the current like win cons we're thinking about: go wide, big hill, find the 1-drop changeling, get this other thing into the grave, then get Dragon Tempest, and then have other blink spells in the grave. This is like an 8-piece combo, and we're calling this one the viable one. So if we want to do control Shiko, the way you're finishing is probably like a breach line. If I'm going to be super honest with you, it's probably like you put Mesmeric Orb in the deck, you put a ton of like Jeskai, either wheel or like self churn, and then we hit them with a free breach and we take them to Combo Town. You can do that, and that would be fun, and it might be kooky for you. But if we want to do like Cutie Pie Shiko, where we have Jeskai Flicker, what we want is we want a way to convert this entering, the entering or the casting, to more permanent value. And so let's see. Because what I'm thinking of is like, if you were going to storm off, not even storm off, but if you were going to blink Shiko a ton, Ovika would be the best thing you could have on board before you blinked Shiko a ton. Like that would turn, that is how the Shiko low power combo turn can happen. Is like, I play Ovika, I have every blink spell in the world in my graveyard, I play Shiko, I blink them 12 times, I make 36 1/1s, and then Impact Tremors kills everybody. That's like 3 cards, we make it happen. And that is kind of as cute as I'm going to allow you to get before I kill you with hammers. Yeah, we're working your way back from a slow win con. Right, but Jane, I'm going to beg you to read the last sentence of Shiko's card. I'll blow it up bigger for you. It's going to start. So we'd be getting the value off the flicker pieces and not off Shiko entering. Hamber, we might end up playing slow enough that Elish Norn would be okay. It depends on how much of a go wide deck we end up and how much of a like spell slinger deck we end up. DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Jeskai graveyard behavior. Let's do a ton of wheels with Confessor as a treat. Wrong. Flatly wrong. So if you want to be on like silly or spooky ETB combo, I think this is very fair. This is a 7 mana creature that you have to keep on board, and you have to have a full graveyard that nobody else interrupts. And I think this just becomes a like just a fucking way better token generator than Aether Channeler or Hanged Executioner. The legitimately at that point just throw in Locust God. I mean, that's crazy. That is a legitimately insane jump from from the thing we have just said. The biggest difficulty was with that. Oh, the wheels suggestion. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Shark Typhoon would be another good way. This is another like, is it a generically good card? Yes. Is it a card that we are surgically extracting maximum value from if we blink Shiko a ton of times? Also, yes. GD Giant Dwarf, thank you for the 100-bit cheer, my friend. Welcome to the dog pile. Deadeye Navigator, blink Shiko, cast whatever. Ovika makes 2 guys because the spell costs 2. Phyrexian Altar, the 2 guys. See, now stop trying to make it go infinite. We're trying to do spooky. We're trying to do fun times. So the thing about Shiko's Spell Slinger is that it would not play as a Spell Slinger deck like for 90% of the game. There would be a big spell slinging turn to finish everything, but most of the game would be like ramp, interact, set up important storm piece, then take a storm turn. So if we're gonna do something like that, let's think about like who are the massive hitters that are going to tie this entire deck together. So there's Chromhost, Seed Shark, which that's just incubate, which we still have to spend mana to flip. We're not putting fucking Planeswalkers in. DMC, thank you for the extra 100 bits. Could we do Bothersome Quasit and Jeskai Ascendancy? No. I think for the turn we want to win, we want to feel much more confident that we're just going to kill everybody, either with like ETB, or we put in stuff to give them flying, or we because I don't think throughout the game we're going to be casting an absolute shitload of non-creature spells with the new strategy. Right, and I'm saying I think we should be ensuring minimal blockers with like a better card. Like if we want to ensure minimal blockers, I would rather just like cast something that gives flying or gives like trample or something like that. I mean, no, not this, because we can't hit it with Shiko and Narset. Sweltering Suns. Okay, so we're now, Twitch is now banned from suggestions for about 5 minutes, and I'm just gonna work on my own shit. All right, so win cast. And we're just gonna look in Jeskai for good cast triggers. No. We're not doing wizards. God, I would really hate you if you did this, but this is a potential secondary way to make the storm turn pay off, but God, is it terminally lame. We're not going to really be flurrying a ton. This guy is kind of highly generic. Oh boy, I love casting spells. We don't... Unfortunately, we don't give a fuck about Argent in this deck. CMAC, yes, the deck is currently built kind of around like impact tremors with go wide, and that's why our initial suggestions was like Ovika to actually have an explosive go wide. Balmor is something I would like much more. This is what I would like a lot more than having Bothersome Quasit. This is just like, hey, you're dying. The blocks might not be great, but if I am doing a big Shiko turn way late in the game, you are now cooked. This is just the first one every turn. Probably something happens with Bergie. Shade, the free Decro stream is not until May 3rd. There's only one. There's one every month. It's at the beginning of each month. This is just second spell each turn. This is creature spells. Second spell. Bria would also be, this is honestly getting like a little bit on the pricey end. Another thing we want to be incredibly wary about when we're trying to build this. A lot of our card advantage is going to be mill. If there's stuff that we're going to be milling that we can't get back with Shiko and Narset, we are going to be the saddest children at the function. Stormblast, thank you for the 4th month in a row at tier 1, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. This is second spell each turn. Caldera Pyrama is again like Storm, but this would kind of be a backup oh shit. And a worry that I have is we're kind of, right now we're just picking outlets for like this big Storm turn. And we haven't even guaranteed that we're going to be able to do this big Storm turn anyway. Third spell each turn is kind of funny, but we're not triple spelling over and over. The cost reduction isn't going to moderate what Shiko is doing, so I don't care a lot about that anyway. Fuck untapping. Fuck planeswalkers. Coruscation Mage is another, like, this is a storm outlet, but right now I think we're kind of on like storm into combat damage rather than rather than storming into gutter snipe like Jeskai decks typically might want to. Too expensive. See, Cunning Breeze Dancer isn't a bad creature, but I'm really trying to give a lot of thought towards, like, we're probably only going to get one turn with this. We're probably only going to get one big and scary storm turn, because we have to fill our graveyard, and after we fill our graveyard, Shiko is going to have exiled all of the good things from our graveyard, and so we're not going to have tremendously good things. Eris, not yet. Twitch chat is not yet out of timeout for suggestions, but I will soon. Displacer, there's gotta be something. There's gotta be something fucked up that could happen with Displacer Kitten, but I don't want to know what it is. Because there's a lot of stuff where, like, if we targeted Shiko with a flicker spell, but then flickered Shiko to the Displacer Kitten trigger, we would just fizzle the flicker spell. If we wanted to have an out where we didn't have to have a million flicker spells in our deck, Displacer Kitten could probably replace that, and then we just have, like, we can have anything. Diviner of Mist would probably be generally useful to us. Okay. Don't worry, Alec. I don't think we're going to run far afoul of your budget limit trying to make this work. Copy target artifact. Very, very unnecessary for us. Passionate Archaeologist wouldn't be the worst, but I don't think it's going to be crazy useful. Second spelling, I don't think matters for us. Okay, so let me see how well this could work. We probably end up needing to use Monastery Mentor anyway. So if the core package of guys is... I have Monastery Mentor, I have Ovika, I have Shark Typhoon, and I have Chrome Host Sheets Seed Shark. I have these 4 cards that are going to make me guys. And then Balmor is there to buff them, which that's not incredibly hard to believe if we get to the Shiko Flicker turn. Caldera Pyremaw will also grow as like a meaningful beater and will give me a lot of burn damage on this big Flicker turn. Bria would give everything prowess. Yeah, mono blue Geralf could be a real bitch. Yeah, mono blue Geralf would also be quite nice for the storm turn. It just wouldn't be like, I don't think we would give everybody a turn rotation to board wipe us, which is probably the toughest thing about the deck. But notably, he's 3 mana. So if we have extra you know, if we are not tapping out hard for this, and we can hold up like an extra flicker spell or any way to recast this, then this can be grabbed by Shiko to help set up the turn. So I kind of like how that is looking. And then the important bit becomes, how do we get all these cards? And I will be goddamned if not almost all of these are wrong. So there are some instincts in here where I can see you trying to be an Izzet player, and Alec, I know you said, like, I swear I didn't intend for this to be a graveyard deck, and you did send me Jeskai Graveyard Storm. This is the 8th week in a row that you have presented a graveyard deck to the class, and that is the best way. That is the best way that it's going to work, but you have made yet another graveyard deck, and so that's how we have to do the card advantage. And so I think for drawing cards, look at into graveyard is going to be the like critical text. Importantly, we probably want things like Confounding Riddle. This is an extremely fair card, right? Very normally costed Quench, or we can use it on someone else's end step to help set up the Shiko turn. We can Flash of Insight. We're probably going to have a lot of stuff in our graveyard, like lands, that won't be relevant to the Shiko turn, and this has flashback, so we can use it twice. Also instant, so also allows us... So this will kind of put us in the role of control player again, because we will have to... This is going to put a lot of difficulty on you as a pilot. You have to understand what you need to counter and what you have to interact with, and when you are safe to just like fucking tap out to try to crank the Shiko setup. Glimpse into the Future is crazy bad. Old card, fuck that. Thank God this Jace isn't 3 mana, because then we would basically have to play him. Venomatter, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home for the 2nd month in a row. And GD Giant Dwarf, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. I don't know if this deck needs a rest in peace. We could do Ill-Timed Explosion. For sure, for sure. Yeah, this lets us like, it is either card advantage or it lets us entomb and board wipe. So I like this a lot. Search for Azcanta is probably necessary for us, even though it's not crazy strong. We want the game to go longer rather than shorter, and we want every opportunity to select our hand. It's really just a pity that the backside doesn't also fill our graveyard. Too Many Bears, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. What are some other good... Towergeist is kind of interesting because it's like definitely not crazy good, but I'm really wondering, can we make this good with all the other flicker? If we flicker, how many times do we have to flicker Towergeist before he doesn't suck? That's the question I'm asking right now. So what's our current flicker package? We have Cloud Shift, Essence Flux, Flicker of Fate, Momentary Blink. I know that's the thing though. That's what's beautiful about Commander is how many draft commons can I turn into fucking cookery. This is you all may not like it. This is our glimpse the impossible. Scroll shift, sure. We might honestly even be able to keep Preston. Sibsig Appraiser is a 3-mana tower geist. There we go. Okay. There we go. Power crept. Power crept. Fuck yeah. By the way, Mr. Streamer, how do I throw my rent money at you to get you to say funny ha-has about my war crimes I called Dex? GD, you got 3 ways. There's the free roast stream happening on May 3rd. There is the Ko-Fi commissions going on sale May 4th. Or you can drop $500 at any time and you become the very next deck we look at. Yeah, so if we want to do Shiko Blink Control for removal, we definitely want to be on like Grasp of Fate, O-ring type things. Like stuff where when it enters, it's going to do something. Couldn't any of the many 2-drop looter creatures be better than the Geist? Very legitimately no. Because if we put enough... Because like in all likelihood, what's going to happen is, hey, we're going to do a playtest and we're going to have a flicker spell in our hand. If we have a flicker spell in our hand, we have to use it to get the bitch into the graveyard. And if we're going to do that to get the bitch into the graveyard, then we want to have something that we can target that's going to provide us some level of value. And the best value that this deck can get is to try to like heat seek us towards a full enough graveyard to do the Shiko turn while having some combination of like Monastery Mentor, Ovika, Shark Typhoon in our hand. Yeah, it's not just filling the grave. We have to get a couple specific pieces into our hand. Ooh, Abhorrent Oculus. Our card selection is going to have to be really good to hit Exile 6. Like we got to have... So, Alec, man, here's where your budget's going to get used. Your budget is getting used on every fetch. You are playing off-color fetches to fit this motherfucker in your deck. Glimpse the Impossible is also super playable. No, Jay Dizzy. All right, you're about to get Twitch chat put in timeout again. I'm gonna start enforcing collective punishment on Rizless Twitch chat suggestions. The eyeball is not expensive. This is a lie. The eyeball is 25 cents. Go to a goddamn Office Depot and put the Abhorrent Oculus in the goddamn bag. Chief, please, I need the insult injury before we get banned again. Yeah, I like this as a finishing part. I like Insult as a finishing part to the Shiko turn, where we now have board full of creatures. We're going to make damage unpreventable, and we're going to give everything double damage. I think... Fuck it, boom, bust. Okay. Chat's on timeout again because of Jay Dizzy. We've once again hit 3 strikes instantly. And then for other ways to fill the graveyard quickly, Elikman, you already know about Mesmeric Orb. You already know about pondering your orbs. Are these gonna be... Oh, bitch. I'm not gonna recommend Factor... Did I fucking scroll back? So I'm not gonna recommend this directly because it's 4 mana, and so we can't ever hit it with Shiko or Narset. But if we have any 3 mana versions of like make pile, 1 pile go graveyard, this is the type of card advantage we like. How does Factor Fiction help? It just reads draw 5 cards. That's true, Tarngerine. I hope you continue to enjoy playing Magic against your local Cancer Ward. Oh, sure. I misspoke. It's just Shiko. Whatever. We still know what the deck's doing. And then other good removal pieces. God damn it. Fixated Chicken, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. The pedantry has broken Scryfall. But anyway, Skyclave Apparition is hot as fuck because it does not give the full creature. Anything we can do to not give them the actual factual creature back when we flicker the thing, we want that every time. Lutzi, thank you. Sorry, Skyclave Dapper? That can't be a card. That's what I fucking thought. GD Giant Dwarf, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Whims of the Fates make pile go graveyard. Excellent. So Skyclave Apparition I also like. Okay. Let me ban you real quick. Thank you, GD. Thank you, GD. Is it like, do I just type O tag physically? We're in the tight zoom. Let's back out of that. Soulstorming, thank you for the 100-bit cheer, my friend. I appreciate that contribution to the dog pile. Intuition is a disgusting card, but it's very good. Okay, Airlift Chaplain technically does it. Chrome Courier is another instance of every time I flicker, I get to get more cards into my hand. And it's a flyer. Oh, but it's a 1/1. So it sucks butt at fighting. Unsealed Gulk, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. I like Pieces of the Puzzle too. This is another good big 3-mana heater. Rawl's Outburst I think is a little too cute. Sage of Days, listen, Draft Common is the flavor of Draft Common that we care about. Said Mirror Mad Phantasm. So Mirror Mad Phantasm is heat. However, you have to have a way to just like hard recur the more expensive things, because if you just like rip past Caldera Pyramara, Ovika, and Shark Typhoon, and it's like, oh, I can recur Monastery Mentor, that's probably not enough. Or at least it's gonna get really, really scuffed to try to do it without either of those two really big pieces, which is why I'm trying to focus on check a couple and get at least one to hand so that we can preserve either important interaction pieces or preserve the critical setup pieces. There's also strategic planning, but it kind of sucks because obviously draft common, so it is sorcery speed. But that is the way I would do it. I would focus on a little bit of control. Don't play Tersa Light Shatter. Oh god, fuck. I was hoping Elk wouldn't get here. You gotta play the dog, dude. This is your guy now. We're doing Jeskai control. We're doing Jeskai flicker to end up with like a big fat Shiko chain flicker turn to spell slinger into Ovika murder. Right now, this is just like, we are currently in non-functional disaster territory, but I think the dog is, I mean, the dog's crazy good, unfortunately, especially if we're leaning deeper into flicker. I'm not doing the fucking loop. I am not doing the goddamn Luke Elk. We've spent so long crafting something that has Riz instead of the 4-card shit yourself combo. Get out of here. Alright, let's put you on the fucking... I mean, right now... Honestly... Bro is lost. Bro is lost, and I hope deeply that you will be found. But I think at present moment, too many decks are fighting with each other inside this one deck. Now, Soul Herder also isn't bad. Yeah, like if we just have a bunch of creatures, and that way we can either keep like Aether Channeler or something like that. But if we just have... But I am very specifically trying to pump the brakes. If you want to do Soul Herder and Recruiter of the Guards, like the Elk, Trinket Mage, Snail, Pod play patterns are a zip code above where I generally like to play. So I'm trying to very much build a like fair and still somewhat variable value generation strategy. Soul Herder plus Recruiter of the Guard is going to bounce on it crazy style, because you are just going to like tutor up your whole every fucking important part of your deck in the matter of like 5 turns. And if we're going to do that, everything else about the deck needs to step up. But that is something that you can do. So I would put Soul Herder in regardless, but as soon as you do ETB, as soon as we do ETB tutor something, we're just in a we're in a totally different fucking power scheme than like Elk. I need you to understand the current thrust of this deck is let's make Towergeist good. Let's make Towergeist straight up playable. versus like this thing is just gonna be, this thing is immediate motherfuckery, immediate cheatery, because we can't tutor like Oculus, but we can get like Philia start flickering more. We can grab Monastery Mentor basically instantly. Can we get, thank God we can't get Chrome Host Seed Shark. Thank God we can't get Balmor. Thank God we can't get Geralf. But yeah, then you get Imperial Recruiter. Like it gets fucked up instantly, and you get into spooky, scary. Versus right now, I think we have you on like silly, spooky. But if you want to be spooky, scary, that is the direction you go. Is you go for that Flicker tutor package, and then you get tighter lines than like, what if I made Abhorrent Oculus pretty good in Commander, which is where I like to be. Like I live for, when I'm making this deck in my head, what I am living for is the game where somebody goes, holy shit, Towergeist carried you so hard. If I could make another human being say that sentence out loud, that is enough dopamine for the week. And that's where I'm currently trying to put you. Versus Elk is giving you a strictly superior strategy, but one that does not please me as much as, oh my god, what if Towergeist carried this fucking Commander game? JJZ, thank you for that meaningless contribution. About Dream Eater. God, if this cost any less, man. If this fuck ass cost any less. I think this is another like really cutesy thing. I think the thing to worry the most about with Dream Eater is the smell. The worst thing about Dream Eater is paying 6 mana to bike lock other people while still taking too long to win the game yourself. But Surveil 4 will get you to like the critical Shiko mass relatively soon. So you could think about this as another like higher tier control piece. But that's what we're going to say for this deck. It's manual ad break time. I'm getting more caffeine. And then we're going to move on to Shadowqua. Are you here? Shadowqua, if you're not here, we're going to be doing Zanubis Spike next. Excellent. You're going to be going up next. YouTube's chat suggested loyal retainers, and they are not currently banned. Legitimately? Actually, yes. Regardless of what power level you do this on, redundancy piece for Rovika, 100%. Because we're going to be doing all of the important stuff on the Storm turn before attackers are declared anyway. So 1,000,000 times over. Okay. Myth, thank you for the random smasher pass. Why are we talking about Patron of the Moon? Why are we talking about Big Stinky right now? I thought we had cured and or murdered all of you motherfuckers. Just Thoracle. God, at this point. Just fucking Thoracle at this point. Anyway, okay. Who's next? Get the fuck out of my face. Shadowqua. Silly, spooky. Dex one word. Snakes. This deck is meant to play on the edge of silly and spooky, where without limits it can be spooky, but normally played with the restriction that I can't kill anyone until the snakes are flying. I can't kill anyone until the snakes are flying, because I have lost control over my own life and I seek to impose authority on it via arbitrary restrictions. Fine, I can work with a Nen restriction. The deck is fully in paper, so certain cards that would be strict improvements aren't in because I couldn't find or afford the copy. My LGS has FNMB Commander as the primary format, so I can't proxy cards if I want to play when most people are there. Got it. So we do have to work with a budget because of the goddamn bourgeoisie. Moxfield list is a more in-depth primer. All right, so here's... for no reason in particular. I mean, if we're on Draft Chat Snakes, this is almost certainly fucking Xyrus. Yeah, you bullshit motherfucker. Okay. Alright, you absolutely dog shit. You absolute dog shit artist. Sure. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's so silly. Don't worry, I won't kill you, bro. I have 500 snakes, but I haven't fucking satisfied my own fantasy, so I'm not gonna finish yet. So the first thing you need to accept is that Xyrus is just a spooky, scary commander. Silly Xyrus doesn't exist. You have tried to force it into existence by edging yourself, but it is It is fucked up and powerful, and you can never change that. Being able to draw a bajillion cards in combat and being able to make a bajillion tokens because of your draw is just so good that, like, 99 lands, spooky. Sorry to say, 99 lands, bottom of spooky. So I would abandon. So then I think the important thing to inspect is, like, why do we want this to be silly? If it is just to be appropriate at more tables, I would highly recommend you to just get a different budget deck. Alec, fuck after the roast. Sorry for missing that. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Thanks again. Here's a bonus for suffering through my bad pile. Also being legit here to ensure I do not accidentally send in another Graveyard Matters deck. Sentence me or give me suggestions. Boros aggro. Boros aggro. Anyway. Let's return to the matter at hand. Why are we edging? Which is what we're currently doing. All right, we have Goblin Bombardment. Literally, all of these are probably fine. We have the normal kind of group hug accessories to make sure that we have. Some things are too expensive. Oh, No. It's in paper. Sorry, guys. The thing that was too expensive was not Mithril Coat. The thing that was too expensive was Gaia's Cradle. Shadowqua, I have great news for you. We can make a totally acceptable Xyrus deck with, like, 5 nickels and a little bit of hate in our heart. AM9X Sidewinder. Okay, we have a couple pieces of interaction. Very real of you. Refuel, resupply. I mean, sure, fuck it. Who needs card draw? You have Xyrus. Beastmaster Ascension. Shishiro, God. Yep, very real. Shared animosity, very real. So this is the petulant part. Listen. I'm incredibly sympathetic. I am incredibly sympathetic to the angle of I paid for 99 cards in this commander deck. I'm touching 99 cards in this commander deck. I am more sympathetic to that when it is this deck is legitimately struggling to win unless I touch 99 cards. I'm less sympathetic to, like, I killed you 3 turns ago, but I have not yet seen enough of my deck to hit one of 5 cards that will undo the chastity belt I have clamped onto myself. So the kernel of I'm going to, in honor of Easter, which is just past us, I am going to extend some grace to you and assume that you are doing this because you want to be able to play with friends who have bad decks. And you just love this deck very, very much. Now, I am sorry to tell you that Xyrus just don't play like that. Xyrus is just too good. Sent earlier slipped through the cracks. It's so I can match any pod in the store. My normal deck is a Najeela deck that's in the realm of scary. I mean, that still sucks though. Like, that's still, first and foremost, I don't think we've hit any pod appropriate, and I think you've somehow made it You've somehow made it even nastier than the people who like have infinites but refuse to use them. Like there is a level of, oh, I have an infinite in my hand, but I'm choosing not to cast it, and that is being dwarfed by the I have lethal on board, but don't worry, I'm not gonna use it. Because it also makes your deck like we're so strangely fragile. This deck is now reminding me of it's like a serial killer in one of those police procedural shows that never makes a mistake, never leaves behind witnesses, and never admits to anything that they do until one of the upstart detectives with like a mustache and an authority problem figures out that when they were young, they got beaten up with a sock full of French fries, and they run in front of the serial killer and yell, "Potato!" And then they admit to everything, and that is somebody doing fucking nature's claim on Eldrazi Monument. Deck has never made more than 20 snakes. Until I draw one of the 6 anthems, it struggles to actually kill anything. I can rock with that. That is, we'll talk about that in a different context. But if we've not already, the instant they can fly, the restriction is off the table, even if it's nuked afterwards. Can you understand why that seems to me like a sentence talking about how you're actually really cool with potatoes and you're totally over the French fry thing, even though the beads of sweat are still rolling down your face? Okay, so let's just start seeing. Proofs in the pudding. So turn 1, turn 2. Ba ba ba. We can interact with something if we have to. We almost certainly don't have to. Turn 4, Xyrath time. Bang. Draw 3. 3 snakes. Four. We have Aether Spark. Oh, and we have the Cuck Chair. Okay, we have Vicious Shadows open. We do this, hold up. We'll say we probably have to Swan Song to protection. This has fucking 8 counters on it. Oh, we can draw even more cards. And then we can put totem. Instead of holding up protection, we can just put the Umbra on them. Oh, the mix on this deck is going to give me heartburn. Oh, wait, this triggers twice. So we get... We've spent $1 million on not finding lethal combat damage. I do want to be clear, I think you've made this mistake on account of being a good person. Like, we have seen this a lot. We see this a lot, particularly in the Discord, where decks like this typically get built out of an impulse to be a better person, and now we're so deep in the soup of like, we've done so much thing, but we legitimately like cannot get anything done. We are just snakes on a plane and everybody else is Samuel Jackson. And then we just like Rites of Flourishing and give the game away to a combo player. I think what is giving me the most, I think what's giving me the most heartburn is that we have some things in here that are just like, snap, I win. Like this is taken until turn 8. We've made some generous assumptions, but like you had counter spells, you had free protection, you had a Umbra armor on Xyrus. And we go very, very quickly from can't do anything to, oh, hey guys, pack it up. Which, it's not strictly the same, but it's activating that same like energy of condescension that we feel in other decks, where, but it isn't as purposeful as like the combo player who refuses to combo. But there's some things where like, for the life of me, I can't imagine why this isn't Tyvar's Last Stand. Like, for the life of me, I can't imagine why Humble Defector isn't a pump spell in a world where we're willing to play Beastmaster Ascension. Or like, we're also like refusing to, oh, we're not refusing to ramp. I just missed fucking all of it. Never mind. Like we have Baylor, which is silly wacky fun time, and then we also have Beastmaster Ascension. If I hit you with Xyrus once, I mean, reading the primer on Moxfield, I don't think is gonna help. Xyrus, snakes on a plane, makes snakes and puts them on planes. That sentence does help. Xyrus makes incredible quantities of snakes. Xyrus is the axis around which the deck is built and required to function. If Xyrus is not out, you're drawing everyone cards for free, which is not good. It's good that you understand that. The goal of the deck is to win through the snakes, so impact tremors will not be added. This also causes wheels to become worse, and so we haven't played any. When playing in silly games, no killing until the snakes have taken flight. In spooky games, it's best to try and overwhelm the table with snakes before the cards you hand out end your existence. So like this, this is what we've already been saying though. As the deck requires Xyrus to do more than shoot itself in the foot, ramping into them and keeping them around are priorities 1 and 2. Priority 0 is putting the snakes on the plains. Priority 3 is getting everyone drawing cards to get snakes, try to draw slightly more than opponents to get the plains or anthems in hand and then on the field. Turns 1 through 3 should be ramping into a Xyrus on 4, then get a Howling Mine effect on the field, make a million snakes, beat down with flying snakes. Yeah, like this seems like exactly what we were already talking about. So here's what I love. The sentence, snakes on a plane make snakes and puts them on planes, is a phenomenal sentence. I think it all goes wrong literally right here. I think this is like pulling the e-brake. This is you looking at the other people in the car and going, hey y'all, check this shit out. And then trying to drift around, on like a mountain road for me. Like I like that we understand the deck enough to go, okay, wheels are bad. Okay, we're not doing impact tremors because I very specifically want to put snakes on a plane and deliver them to you. I'm super down with focusing on your commander as the axis for how we operate. I just think trying to go like, oh, this deck works anywhere because sometimes I play bad is convincing us to do things that we otherwise wouldn't want to do. Because I fuck heavy with let's put snakes on a plane, let's kill people with snakes. I would... No, I don't know if I would be okay with, like... So aerial formations, not gonna work with the deck as it is. We have this already. Like, I think a very common thing that I harp on is if we are doing bullshit, I really want us to double down on our bullshit rather than do our bullshit halfway. And I think that is what is drawing my ire with this deck, is we are doing our bullshit halfway, but as soon as like other people are playing good, then we go like, okay, I won't do my bullshit anymore. Like, if we're doing a bit, I want it to be bit or die. And so if we were doing bit or die, I feel like bit or die for snakes on a plane is secret commander. Shadowqua, I promise you, I understand why you have put the restriction in. It does not change how I feel. There is no way to reword this that will change how I feel about the principle. On games where it doesn't have to hold back, I think like the group hug stuff seems interminably worse than pumping Xyrus. Whether it's for snakes on a plane or if it's not for snakes on a plane, trying to giving everybody cards is much riskier than pointing at one person and be like, who do I think I can deal with having cards right now? And then you smack cards into them, because you also, like, it's better to hold up a ton of mana to protect Cyrus anyway. So even if we just look at this as like spooky deck in a vacuum, edging out the window, I don't like Humble Defector as much as I would just like Tyvar's Last Stand. To punch snakes like out of the weakest person. Okay, that's not true. Oh, Tyvar's Stand. Okay. Versus like punching snakes out of the weakest person, because especially if we're playing at spooky tables, you never... Oh, yeah. If Spice made a video about this, perfect. Like, it's spooky tables are broadly strong enough that you don't just want to universally jack everybody off. Trying to do, like, pure group hug at spooky is just like, what if I jorked everyone else off so hard they died of dehydration? It's a generally losing proposition. So that does also place Humble Defector like on a tier above something like Fevered Visions, which is giving... No, Darebrained, it sounds like we are of the same mind when it comes to group hug, and so I do not feel a burning need to watch it. But anyway, like, Edric is at least... This has a tertiary use as a politics piece, because he's fucked up and good. But if we are talking about just plain spooky deck, where Xyrus is the axis of how this deck operates, I really disagree with not only giving everybody stuff, I really disagree with giving everybody stuff on multiple avenues. And that is rites of flourishing. We don't want to give everybody cards in the first place, but we super don't want to give everybody cards and give everybody ramp. We want to for sure pick one and stick to it. So rites of flourishing I would recommend go out anyway. Cuz Seto's kind of clever. If everybody else, like if you want to make sure, oh, the person who's going to block me is the one who it's reasonable to give cards to. But yeah, like kind of same goes for Jace Beleren, where we're keeping him just for the +2. I think 9 times out of 10. The mill doesn't really matter because we're not trying to deck people. And I feel like overall this would be like, God, I realize this isn't the vision, so I'm not legitimately suggesting you add this, but I think fucking throwing Excalibur on Xyrus is like preferable. So like these refuel resupplies are all fine. The cuck chair is like uninspired but useful, so that's cool. I think you do have a good number of like counter spells, pieces of interaction that you're definitely going to draw through. You could do like the Wop sword. I don't know how you feel about snakes having... What about snakes on a blade? We have snakes on a plane, yes. What about snakes on a blade? But I do think overall, if we want this to operate well at Spooky, we should move away from everybody gets cards all the time. I think that is like the number one first step every time, is we would rather make Xyrus a larger, because this snake is already on a plane. Xyrus in particular has already met the fucking limit of what we want to do to kill people. We don't have to try to kill people with commander damage, but when it comes to make lot snake, I think the better way to make lot snake is to get like targeted Xyrus based draw and then have probably more banner effects, but what those banner effects would be is kind of up for debate. We have Patchwork Banner already. Somebody's recommending Conda's Banner. Oh yeah, snakes get up to 3/3. Downright usable. Downright usable low cost. We have Sheshiro already. We kind of could end up buffing too many other boards with this because we're on 3 colors. Green, very, very plentiful. Blue, very, very plentiful. We have Eldrazi Monument. That's one of the planes, Practical Potato. Listen, if it is a good way to put snakes on a plane, please consider that Shadowclaw has thought of it. Rockapati, thank you for the Twitch follow. Oh my god, snakes literally on a plane. I take back what I said. We have all of the ways to put snakes on a plane except the literal best one. Except the dopest motherfucker in the business. Alright, we have a 6th method of getting good attacks in. Damn, I do be loving these vehicles. Fuck, I missed one. No. So shout out this. I would also. Do we have Predator flagship? This is gonna cost too much to do it to our entire board. Oh yeah, I think Wonder is also. How many islands do we have? 4, 5. Let me just play pretend. No islands in hand. Have a snake thing. Don't have a ramp thing. Have more group hug. This is another thing I'm worried about, is if we're on group hug card draw, we fucking lose the game the moment that we start stacking these. The moment that we go like, oh yeah, everybody get 3 cards a turn cycle. Something crazy is going to happen that game. It's not going to be us winning. Not with any degree of reliability. Which is another reason why I think it's better to just go like, okay, Daryl, you're playing Boros aggro. You've only hit 3 lands this game. I know you're not about to do shit, and your maximum hand size is 7. Draw 15. And then I think that works. I think that works like infinitely better for you than just like handing out cookies and shit. Like this is, so turn 4 we get to swing, we just have interaction. We get to lay this down. We get to feel terribly, terribly bad about the amount of good stuff we've drawn. But we have a little bit of protection and we have a board wipe. And then, bam, 1, 2, 3. See, and like now we have Beastmaster Ascension. And so now it becomes like turn 6, no group hug draw. We're going to have 6 snakes. We swing 9 creatures. They all become 6 6s, or in one case a 5 6. Versus like if you have this and you go, ah shit, other people are playing worse decks, I'm just not going to do that. You're being a good person and you're being a bad friend. And you're being a bad potential friend. Just kill them. And just like this rocks. This is good for you. We would probably like it more if we had drawn like a pump spell to make the Zyrus kill even cleaner. Like to have enough creatures to make sure it's like, oh yeah, snap, you're all dead. But like this fucks, just let it fuck. There is a big wide world of like, there's like 3,000 commanders in this game. We don't have to have the hardcore spooky commander pulling double duty at the silly table. I realize you may love him a ton and want to play him everywhere. Unfortunately, he is a massive fuck you snake. He just can't fit in certain buildings. So I think we're kind of amorphously in here to me. Our commander is the generically good card. We're trying to hold him back with some restrictions that are interesting. And then there's a little piece of you. There's a tiny little Shadow Qua that's in jail forever. 10% of your heart. 10% of your heart I am locking away in jail forever, and it's the little piece of you that is trying to watch out for the silly players at your LGS. We can just get a straight up bad commander. We can just get a straight up bad card in here. But my express recommendation is switch almost all, if not all of these, from being group-oriented draw to specific draw, and you just point at a bitch and go, I don't think you can beat me. Here's 8 cards. Bleh. And then you try to get to... Because, like, you super never want to give the table cop the cards. I realize sometimes you are that table cop, but if there's, like, an Esper player with you, holy fuck. If you draw the Esper player 3 cards a turn, you are going to hell, and you deserve it. So I think going to pump will not only... Like, the deck will be good, but it will open up more interesting play patterns in terms of politics. It will let you like maneuver through tougher meta matchups that right now you probably just don't get to maneuver through, because somebody who has a deck that happens to have a good matchup into yours gets to draw 5 fucking cards every turn, and then you just get stepped on. I think it will give you much more agency. You will still be able to shoot 4 snakes on a plane, which is very, very important. And I love that vision, which is why we're putting Thunderhawk Gunship in. You definitely still, like, every game would be perfect if the snakes could go onto a plane, but it's fine if the snakes just murder you. Luxanu, they said they are the Najeela player who goes infinite. This deck is their step, like, they have a scary deck that is Najeela, and this is their step down. And I'm saying that we should just have a 3-tier system. Rather than having Najeela and Xyrus can cover everything under Najeela, I think it should be Najeela, Xyrus, and then, like, true goofery. Maybe even like a Pauper commander deck. Pauper commander decks, like, as much as I hate budget restrictions, Pauper Commander's rarity restriction is much better than a budget restriction for trying to, like, power down a deck, even though you can still combo a bit. So I would recommend avoiding combo, but if you're like, I'm going to do a Pauper Commander deck and it's going to be like aggro or mid-range, it will probably end up silly. Kamos NPC fill. This is the thing I would use. It then does an automatic order with makeplayingcards.com. I don't know how this is getting affected by all of the Trump tariffs, and so it may be more expensive than it used to be, but when I have proxied previously, they have very obviously non-MTG backs, and so you don't have to be worried about, oh, am I doing counterfeits, because they very clearly you can even have them ship with, like, proxy on the front, and then you have an obvious non-magic backing on the back. You do, when you use this, you have to be very, very careful about checking to make sure you don't have horny arts, because sometimes a horny art will slip in. All right, so we're going to do a shorter ad break. I'm going to shove a piece of bread into my mouth, and then Zanubis Spike, you are up next. Spanish, listen, there's some, like, tasteful, the cards are souped up to be a little slutty. Whew. Some of these are crazy. Some of these are fucking insane work. How many decks we have left? 4. We have 4 left. Okay, we're back at it. Zanubis, we can just move you back in the order, yeah. That will probably postpone by closer to like 30 minutes than 10. But yes, we have plenty of time to postpone. Eris, this... So let me... So for... Okay, so on the calendar, historically with the deck roast, we were doing like, hold on, let me make sure this is thick enough. We would do like Wednesday, we would do Sunday, we would do Monday, we would do Wednesday again, we might even do Friday, we would do Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, and we would just kind of like pepper a couple days a week throughout the entire month. This month, one thing I tried doing is instead of doing all that, we basically did like, hold on, yeah. We did like none for the first 2 weeks. And part of that was because I was trying to schedule theme days, which was broadly a failure. And I'm gonna probably take a month off trying to do that and see if I can organize the theme days differently. But so this has been, the last 2 weeks has been mostly Darkest Dungeon stuff. And a lot of the Magic talk was talking about like the Tarkir precons and the Tarkir set review with Elk. But we did a lot more variety content for the last 2 weeks. And then like the next 2 weeks is like roast. And so I'm going to see how that feels workflow wise. I'm going to see how that does analytics wise to see if people like the deck roasting being a kind of like all the time thing, or if people like a little bit more variance in what we're looking at. There's no theme today, Alec. Most people are on either side of spooky, but they're like the only real theme day, like the closest thing we could get to a theme day was we had one day where like every deck was scary, and we had one day where every deck was silly, and then it has resisted theming other than that. Gummer, thank you for the 21 months at tier 1, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. Spoopy decks indeed. Yeah, we had some spooky mixed in at the beginning too. Yeah, every deck was crazy air quotes scary. Well then, did you make time for us to massage your ego? No, but that's happening all the time passively. Doodles, thank you for the random smasher pass. Hard no. What is the difference between spooky versus scary? So Delirium, I would say a clear difference between spooky and scary is spooky decks will often either seek to win through a like preponderance of damage, or if they have an explicit I win the game button, it takes a lot of very transparent setup. A scary deck would try to do something like Thoracle Consult out of nowhere for a not super high amount of mana and not an incredible amount of setup. They will try to explicitly win the game. Another way to think of it is like jump scare. And then scary, we kind of like Scary is where I will judge you less for running Rhystic Study. How much brewing is there room for in Scary? There's still a lot, but if you are brewing Scary, your deck is probably moving towards peak along the western edge of this pyramid. If you are coming from Spooky or Silly, you are probably coming up the eastern edge of the pyramid. So western edge of the pyramid, you probably have room, but a lot of the cookery you do is actually going to like make the deck suboptimal, but it could still be scary even if it's suboptimal. Scary doesn't necessarily mean CEDH, although it can encompass CEDH. Boss, how much do you judge me for loving Trinisphere? I mean, not at all great card as long as it is being played like bracket 3 and above. I think simple as. If you're playing Trinisphere at like pre-con tables, I'm gonna fucking get you. Yeah, Rowan, I would say any coherent sliver deck is instantly spooky. All right. So since we're moving Zanubis Spike back, Mr. Ninja, are you here and ready to be roasted? Does Trinisphere do anything at pre-con tables? Not a ton, but it can fuck with their ramp a little bit. Okay, since I don't see Mr. Ninja sounding off, Terrence, are you ready to go? Hell yeah. Is it possible to build a silly control deck that actually functions? So Faglo, that's a great question. It is. It will end up in jail forever because it is possible, but there is no reason to build it. If you are playing at a silly table, and I will say this unequivocally, if you are playing at silly, you should not be playing control. Whatever your rule 0 has looked like, whatever your rule 0 conversation looked like, it probably put enough breaks on the game that control is just overkill. Like if you sit down at a table and you're like, okay, we're not playing with infinites, we're not using tutors, we're not using fast mana, we don't have cards like Thoracle that just say that you win the game, we're playing fair magic. That's control. That's already, there's already like a 5th stacks player. God is your stacks player, just watching over that table. And so at that point, it's like, what are we playing control for? Other than to create an active hostage situation. Like the stacks has happened, my brother in Christ. If by control you just mean like a lot of creature removal, that's totally fine. Just like have a way to win. But yeah, for silly tables, God is your stacks player. You don't need anyone else to pick up that fucking torch. Now, at like the firmer spooky decks, or God forbid a scary deck, there is no God, you need the stacks player.
There's no more cheese, so I couldn't make quesadillas, so here's salami.
Thank you, baby.
And then chocolate cheesecake pudding.
Thank you, baby. All right. So with that primer, let's get into Terrence's deck, which is spooky. At building an Is It Spell Slinger, this is in air quotes by the way. Building an Izzet deck, and as a self-proclaimed Timmy player, your words can't hurt me. Most of the cards in this deck I didn't know existed until I actually read them when constructing this monstrosity. The idea of this deck is to recruit troops in the form of tokens, then have the commander drain the devotion from the sheer number of goons in order to blast his enemies in the face. That sounds not safe for work. If it comes down to it, we can eliminate people with combat damage using different tricks involving cloning/copying. Motherfucker, you absolutely... I don't know what this deck is. You have, like, Monastery Mentor or Ovika in this deck, and you're like, well, if I have to, I can do something tricky with cloning, copying. Just fucking hit a bitch. Always swing the commander when you can, because we have to lead by example. The Church of Magnus. Gather followers and burn heretics. Alright, I fuck with that. So for every token we have, the stuff we're doing is cost reduced. Yeah, you had that shit on. Fumble. Also known as I have played against one Voltron player and I hate him. Magnus has that shit on. Both of these are crazy good. Let's turn up the heat. I like Clone Legion. City on Fire is presumably fine if we can get wide. Descent of Dragons, I love if we have a bunch of shitty tokens. No. Okay, get a ton of copies. I like that on Crash Out. Mystic Reflection is hilariously funny. I don't think this is turning up the heat, but it is quite kooky. What did I say? What did I say? Oh, I'm gonna have to do something so tricksy with my 8 million 1/1 goblins. You bitch. You fucking come on. Just put the Krenko in the fucking bag and call it a day. Okay, rebound, reiterate. So we're doing a lot of copying. I'm trying to understand what is the curve on this deck. Shockingly reasonable for how many abominable spells I scrolled past. Alpha Brawl. I like Alpha Brawl. That is good. Is it trickery? I like that token creation. On theme counterspell for you. Injecting religious discontent. Indestructible Justin, you may rest, my child. Deal X damage, but it loses indestructible, and if it would die, exile it. So you have one Voltron player you're just rude as fuck to. DJ, run that shit back. Real as hell. We have a lot of X-costed burn, which I think is appropriate for like a spooky Magnus win. If get board big, me get cast X spell for X equals 40. Thank you kindly. So where are our tokens coming from? Okay, all these guys. 6 mana to get 4 creature tokens. Listen guys, I always love when I meet a baby Izzet player and we just get to blow their mind straight fucking open. I'll give you a few minutes. I'll give you a few minutes. Let him recover. Let him recover. I do realize the curve is definitely lying because of all the X spells. I'm gonna eat some salami while Terrence rehydrates after seeing this little shithead. We don't call it Bloot Swarm, Hamber. Yeah, so this looks like everybody's first draft of Izzet. which is, oh my god, I get to pretend my curve is responsible because I'm a liar. You did bring enough lands. Oh my god, I'm going to get to touch so many cards. What if anybody swings at me before turn 4? I guess I'll die. A very important thing is if your deck is going to fall apart without the commander, we want to have some other blockers to give you time. So Homunculus Horde is going to be a tremendous token generator. I believe there's other... I think, did we have Locust God in here already? It's probably tough to justify no Locust God in a deck like this, where we just want to get real wide, real active. This is your time to sit down and make sure your pants are on tight, Terrence. Okay. Okay, dumbass Scryfall. So this one's kind of weird because while it is very good, it's not necessarily good for the type of thing that you're doing. As the name implies, this guy's great for Storm. He is not so great for I want an army. So I wouldn't actually... This is kind of a fucked up guy you might want to put in a different Izzet deck, but I don't think he works perfectly for you because you don't get to keep him. And your deck seems very much built around, I want to keep these guys, I want to untap with these guys, and I want to use them to pay for an X spell. What you want is young peasy. What if everything I cast got me a free thing? Versus like... Okay, we have Toilet Paper Man. Versus, so we have a lot of what you have done perfectly. What you have done perfectly with this commander deck is you have fully embraced the what if I took really, really bad draft commons and tried to make them playable. They become more playable when we have other just like straight up good cards. Giant Dwarf, thank you for the 100 bits. I actually love a cute hard evidence to hold early pressure in Izzet where you care about casting shit. That's true. We could crab. We could allow carcinization to take us. Gets us an early blocker, gives us cost reduction in Magnus, gives us card draw on a later turn. I'm trying to make sure there's things to help me get Magnus before turn 5. I mean, your options for getting Magnus before turn 5 are... I would not recommend doing it from treasures. Doing it via treasures is a one-way ticket to getting your commander removed and sitting quietly in the corner for the rest of the game. What you really fuck with is the rocks. Again, also, Battle Hymn can be kind of a like very funny win more card where if I get big board, float even more mana, but it's kind of like this is there's no kill like overkill, which is another classic Izzet player thing. But if you already have like 15 creatures and your spells are cost reduced by 15, you're putting together some type of devastating crackle win anyway. And so this becomes just like you're gonna trick yourself into overcommitting and then getting blown out more than you're gonna be in situations where you couldn't win and then become able to win because of Battle Hymn. This is crazy, man. This is crazy shit. Again, not... I think anything that's in there on basis of, oh, it makes me a treasure, get that shit out of here. Inspired Tinkering, maybe, because it lets you look at a ton of cards. I like Invasion of Segovia. Fuck Prismari Command. Fuck Seething Song. Sorcerer class is fine. That level 2 is hot. Stormkill and Arnest is just a goddamn heater. I applaud you for keeping Sol Ring out. I applaud you for keeping Sol Ring out of this deck. We're at minimum missing tiny things like Is It Signet? I think this is like fine. It does not look to me like we are trying to double cast a lot. You can even run this. Like, it's a 3-mana rock, which fucking Game Nights is gonna have a crazy number of opinions about. But fuck them. You are just trying to beat casting my commander on turn 5. If you, anything 3 mana and below will be fine for you. Thought about Is It Signet, but I hate that I can't choose the colors. That is real, but the color selection is a much more important thing when you're trying to storm off. You, my friend, are not trying to storm off. You're trying to tap out a few times. Like, cut Empty the Warrens right fucking now. You're not storming. You're not doing it. You're a liar if you think you're storming. You are doing a few turns of very responsible token generation, and then you are casting an X spell for 30. Hey there, I just watched your video for the bracket system. Thanks for it. I'm still kind of confused because I'm not playing meta staples, but my decks don't fall in the bracket 2, so what do? They're probably just bracket 3. If you haven't seen Rachel Weeks's expanded or like revamped bracket graphic, I would check that out. But the important distinction between bracket 2 and bracket 3 is how much you are optimizing around a game plan versus how much you are letting yourself play like pet cards. They don't have to be a meta staple to be very, very strong for your specific strategy. Ruhan, I don't think this deck wants to be on Ominous Seas. Myriad Landscape does fucking suck. But I do think, like, Is It Cluestone? You can even play Chromatic Lantern. Like, you give barely a fuck about the lands you control thing. We just want what is... We asked 100 people, how do I cast a 5-drop before turn 5? Top 27 answers are on the board. I was able to use this deck to copy the Ur-Dragon player's board, then later kill it with Alpha Brawl. Listen, dog, Alpha Brawl is my favorite card in the fucking deck. This thing honks. This is beautiful. This is telling a legitimate other player in the Commander game to stop hitting themselves as they board wipe themselves is based as fuck. Absolutely, Seraph. I hope this helps. So let me see how the deck currently rocks. So we have one worthless card. Okay, that's not bad for an opening hand. ETB tapped. We're going to look at the top 3. We are 100% putting the land down here and putting the signet next. We sig it up. Alright, turn 4. We have Magnus the Red. Turn 5. This is probably getting into like silly territory of turn 4. Turn 4 straight up 0 has happened. We tinkering. Treasure. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave this up in the corner, but we're not using it. These are the treasures we've actually made, but I feel like there's going to be a lot of spending the treasures we make to get new treasures and new cards. So we exile the top 3. Wow, crazy. What a fucking crazy bad hit. We have 4 treasure tokens. We crack 3 of them. Cast Prismari command. Make a treasure. We're going to choose 2. We're going to make a treasure. Draw 2, discard 2. Oh, and we could have... Pooping out a dude to make this cheaper actually changes a fuckload. So hold on, give me 1 second. So if we have a spawn, it costs 1 less to do the inspired tinkering, which means also 1 less to do that. Draw 2, now we're discarding 2. Fuck this land, fuck. Oh god, listen, brother, I see the vision. The vision is nearsighted. That's going away. Now I make a treasure from Prismari command. So if I passed in flames, spend 3, get a treasure token for casting Past in Flames. So now flashback equal to mana cost. I'm 1 short of being able to cast Inspired Tinkering, but I can cast Prismari command again, make a treasure, draw 2, discard 2. Oh no, I could have land dropped, and then I could have Inspired Tinkering. Okay. So I mean, by the power invested in us by Stormkiln Artist, we do have some pseudo-storm stuff happening, but we are notably lacking in early creature token generators, which is kind of tough. Like we want to get Magnus down before turn 5 if possible, but the perfect world we would want to live in is probably like young Pyromancer into Stormkiln into Magnus. Cuz we're taking a mega bajillion storm turn to accomplish absolutely nothing. Get this shit out of here. This is Johnny combo jerk off material. Hush. No. Cut it now. We are putting more creatures in your deck, and they're gonna play Magic, and there's nothing else you get to say about it. So we cycle that for free. We don't hit the right lands because we're a fucking maniac, and we for some reason put Corrupted Graphstone in the deck. We play Magnus behind curve. Alec, no. I think we already suggested 2 other 3-mana rocks. We don't need too many more. Okay. We can Hallmar depths again, so we check top 3. Do any of these solve the problem of having no creature tokens before Magnus? 100% they do not. So I think if we are, oh God. So there's Aether Channeler, who doesn't matter because we're not doing Flicker. I don't think we want Alondra, but we could do Talrand. We're not emptying the fucking Warrens on this deck that only storms if it sees the Gold Dwarf. Alright, straight up, I would consider this. Making Magnus a much more imposing creature to block and getting like 3 tokens out of every fucking swing. That could legitimately honk some people. We have TPI already. This is 1 token, which is very whatever. Oh, Manlove, that is a good suggestion. Irenicus's Vile Duplication onto your commander would be supremely fucking funny. Get double instances of cost reduction and instance of cost reduction coming from the token commander. Joe, it's going good. How are you doing, my friend? I think Dragon Fodder and Empty the Warrens, so Dragon Fodder I think is going to be better than like Devil's Playground. We don't need that many tokens to get this going. I think that's probably where we've made the biggest mistake, is we have been like, if I just skip 7 turns and I'm allowed this fucking the rod, bro. So this is also getting cut. All right, so let's just go through and sweep up all the trash. Cuts. Devil's Playground. That's funny, and I love stealing. Empty the Warrens. Kind of feel like Goblin Offensive. I'm okay with Goblin War Party for the haste enabler. God, everything's so mid. It's all so mid. I think this is the most, like, this is kind of like Battle Hymn in my mind, where if things are going good enough for this to be hot, we're just kind of spending a turn victory lapping instead of converting it into murder. Burn from Within. Fucking mind swipe, bro. That's funny as hell, but my god. Alpha Brawl's great, never cut it. Descent of the Dragons is fine. Fuck Flip a Coin. Fuck Furnace Reigns. Fuck Hell to Pay. Fuck Soul Film. I guess it's a doubler. Reducing it by half is fine. Never mind. You can keep Soul Film, but goddamn, get Proteus Staff the fuck out of my face. Fuck Seething Song. And fuck Corrupted Graphstone. And then in place of those, you want to have like Arenicus's Vile Duplication. You want to have the 3-mana rocks. You want to have Young Pyromancer. And you also want to have Storm Chaser's Talent. This is like, at minimum, you will get 1 token. And at maximum, we will get to bounce on it crazy style. This will probably never happen, so we're not going to judge it by the level 3. But the level 1's good. The level 2 could be clutch at certain times in the game. Casting Seething Song for 1 mana is fun. Turn 3, 4. But it doesn't do, like, but... And? What about casting Crackle with Power for a relevant number? How about that? What about... What if Electro Dominance was relevant to the game of Commander? That's what I think would be fun. What if Ovika made guys? Like we have to compare and contrast the individual pieces of dopamine against making the plan work together. And Seething Song is just like neuron activation for neuron activation's sake versus neuron activation for the sake of actually winning the game. Good night, Helios. I will accept your proposal of Glimpse the Impossible. I mean, so like Terrence, the thing is, you're desperately looking for ramp so that you can play Magnus faster, so that you can swing Magnus to get 1 token. It kind of seems to me like if instead of ramping to and we're still having you ramp, like we still have the same amount of ramp, we just have playable mana rocks instead of corrupted Graphstone. So get that out of your head to begin with. But it kind of seems to me like on balance, if we cast stuff like Hard Evidence or Glimpse the Impossible, and then we play our commander on curve, but we already have 5 tokens in play, isn't that better? Pardon me for my language, but isn't that just fucking superior? In the entire calculus of trying to murder indestructible Justin? They have Immolating Inferno already. I mean, God, this would hurt, but you could do like Fire Diamond too. If you're like crazy hard up for ramp. I mean, we suggested the faster token generators. They have been said to you. But other ones are like Krenko's Command, Dragon Fodder. Like if you have a good spell to drop turn 5 or turn 6, we don't even care about getting Magnus out turn 3. Do you like Will of the Jeskai in this deck? Yeah, I think we could probably run this over like Past in Flames. Because it's basically Past in Flames, but we give up Flashback to get a potential wheel. And I think in this deck, which we might want to like vomit our hand out, is totally cool. All right, and we have officially gotten lost in the sauce. Thank you, Mr. C-Mac, for bringing the end of this particular deck roast. I mean, you are... We are, hey, definitely babies first is it deck. I think we're trying to hit some Riz flavor, but I don't think you understand is it deeply enough yet, and you don't understand your own game plan enough yet to truly get there. So I would recommend getting that like run out a little bit cleaner. No, don't do this. Exotic Show, put the pipe down. What do you think of Dika Fractal Theorist? If it's 5, which competes with our commander, which is kind of tough. If the mana value counts how much we pump into our other X spells, I can become a bigger believer in this. But I think having something else that is competing with our commander's mana value is a very hard sell for me. God, that's funny and bad. God, that's so funny and so bad. We already suggested hard evidence. That's going in the deck, no questions asked. I mean, Terrence, just how much do you like the blob? How much do you like the blob? And then we already talked about Homunculus Horde. Wood? Don't... The blob confounds me. So what happens is you play Chronozoa. You wait 3 turns. When the last time counter comes off, you sacrifice it, and then 2 more Chronozoas come into play with 3 more time counters on. So it's like Chronozoa is like token inevitability. It's like if Homunculus Horde was bad. Yeah, Kashmir, nothing happens because what makes Chronozoa double is waiting for the time counters to come off. I believe Tempt with Vengeance is in the deck, so they have thought of that. Right? Yes. Tempt with Vengeance is in the deck. 2 beans in a pot. Thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. All right, we're going to hit another manual ad break to buy some time, and then we're going to Zanubis' Spike's deck. Zanubis, are you ready? Am ready. Perfect. Helm of the Host would be fucked up crazy style. Helm of the Host would get fucked up quickly. Zanuba Spike's on YouTube, J Dizzy, so they're here. Zanubis, I always care about YouTube people. The care is just negative emotions. That's a good point. What if we just did Helm of the Host Chronozoa? Maul, do you believe in Selesnya Storm? Am I wrong for believing that my LGS pod is completely insane for thinking they can play Selesnya Storm? So Rowan, I think whatever strategy they're talking about, they are absolutely smoking crack. The problem is Green Storm is already a thing. You can do like green Enchantress Storm and end up with a workable Ave Progenitor Ooze deck with like fucking 30 minutes in EDH rec. It's not hard. So I kind of have to believe in Selesnya Storm by virtue of Mono Green Storm already a thing. Maybe there's a white card that can help, and then it becomes Selesnya. Sure. But I do hate it. Selesnya Storm is like... Oh yeah, if they're talking about Selesnya Storm with Sithis, that's barely even Storm. That's just like normal Enchantress. Like fucking... Oh, Sithis looked at an enchantment? I'm a Storm deck now. Pfft, fucking please, sure. Whatever. Who cares? Oh lord, that's thick as hell. God damn, I love my girlfriend. It's Selvala returned. I mean, the thing is, depending on what's in the deck, also totally possible. I know that there are untap effects in white and green. Like, it's scuffed as shit. Let's be so clear. It's scuffed as hell. It's not like a good strategy that the world was begging to have a deck built around. But it's totally possible. Green can storm. They just get to. Green gets to do whatever the fuck they want because they're the trust fund babies of this game. I don't know what white's doing. Maybe it's untapping her one time because they're a bunch of virgins. But yeah, the green part of this deck can storm easy. Storming you can. It's 3:53 p.m. Come on. The white part of this deck goes Smothering Tithe Pass. Yeah. It goes Smothering Tithe Pass and then like Village Bellringer. And that's it. 2 beans in a pot. I don't know the card, so I don't have any strong opinions, and I will vamp for too long if we distract from the deck roasting to talk about it. So we can answer that on a different stream, like tomorrow probably. Zanuba Spike has sent in Silly Comma Spooky. Deck is budget because my playgroup is stupid. My emphasis, not theirs. Price changes have the current price a bit high. Onyxia, oh, hell yeah. Okay. Okay, a little bit of motion. Onyxia lets you turn enchantments into creature tokens, which open up kits. Oh, lots of fun options for making more of them. I decided I love sagas in this deck. Presumably because you bought the precon. Since they'll go to the graveyard on their own if I don't get good self-mill. My best targets to turn into creature tokens are self-propagating things like 3 Blind Mice, or cards that get out of hand pretty quickly with multiple copies like Boon of the Spirit Realm. I want the deck to be a spooky 3, but I'm not sure it's all the way there. Okay. Let's look at our glorious queen, Onyxia. I mean, budget sucks, but I will try to work with you on it for the sake of your own enjoyment. Sagas are quite bad. Like, I don't know what situation you find yourself in where you're like, what if I don't get good self-mill in Abzan? Like, that's like... It's like, oh, but what if I don't get wet enough? They said in the middle of the fucking ocean. Fayglow, thank you for the 1,000-bit cheer. Sorry for the late reply. Thanks for the advice on control decks. Thank you for that very generous contribution to the dog pile. Everybody say hi to my girlfriend Z-main character there in chat now. Hello, baby. All right, magical racism. We're killing anything non-enchanting. This is just like Disney's internal police force, I feel like, if we kill all the non-enchantments. True trauma response if we're interaction stopping with Leyline of Sanctity, but whatever. Your enchantment recursion. Okay. Anti-board wipe is fine. Basic lands. Again, for the sake of budget, like, wouldn't it be so fun for our playgroup if nobody got to tap fucking lands for the appropriate mana? We have 6 pieces of card draw. The ability of our deck to play Magic definitely revolves around drawing one of the 5 things that are not the very cute dog. Mana ramping bull. Okay. So we have Font of Fertility. That's a little clever. This is a cute little, like, okay, we play it, we sack it, we get to remake it, and then sack it again. Bitch. Okay, and then Sagas, which I really don't like. But we have some okay other ramp. More token. So the hero of the story is 3 blind mice, which will, on steps 2 and 3, just make additional copies of either 3 blind mice or anything that we want to propagate with. We have Weaver of Harmony to copy a triggered ability. I mean, Anithia is okay, she's an enchantment source, so sure. We have Yenna to copy other stuff. We can populate. That's pretty good. We give enchantment creatures flying. So this is cute. God, the deck's just a teensy bit pricing. I'm $5 over budget, Maldhound. Please, how can I identify some way to bring this in line with the table? Get the fucking doubling season out of here. Lose it. Oh Lord, do I hate the sagas. Graveyard benefits included. And the reason I am very specifically coming down on doubling season, even though I know that it is probably like incredible neuron activation for you anytime you do get it, is the critical piece of Anithia is how much can I fill my graveyard? If I do not have a massively full graveyard, I do not have a Nixthia selection, and if I do not have a Nixthia selection, I am immediately fucked. And so we could replace, we're using a huge amount of the deck budget on doubling season. We could replace that with a crazy good card selection option like Ripples of Undeath, and then we still have $20 over the top of it to use after that. We could presumably even fit in an orb. Mesmeric Orb would be fucked up and good here. So I'd immediately recommend getting rid of that. Another thing I don't like is you are a Reanimator deck, and you have a curve that implies to me you intend to pay for spells. I really don't like that. I think we should be really, really big at like 2, 3, maybe even 4 mana on card selection, ramp, and then like, hey, 5, 6, 7, fuck that. Where are my fat and huge and large 8 mana enchantments that just like near instantly win me the game? We're not paying for our shit. The only spell we're paying for is Anithia. Enixia does, yes, Enixia does also self non-bow with sagas, even though they put the, like, this is literally the drill meme. Hold on. I'm snipping this because, hold on, Mango, don't put this part in the VOD. I'm not putting X's logo. I'm not putting X's logo in this fucking VOD, because fuck Twitter. We're going to Sharpie out the X specific stuff. Your deck is straight up this, but your $3,600 is doubling season. Mauled, how do I save my deck? The creatures keep sacrificing themselves, and I have no way to guarantee my graveyard is full because I'm operating within the constraints of a $150 budget when I've spent like a clear third of it on a fucking win more card. So I think I've belabored that point. I believe I have belabored that point enough. But fuck this card, throw it into the grave, and we can replace it with something like Ripples of Undeath that will help fill our graveyard more. There's probably other Abzan enchantments that can fill our graveyard even faster that we can use the rest of this budget on. But the other important thing we want to look for is in Abzan, what is big and huge and fucked up that is an enchantment? Does it have to be, it just has to be non-aura, right? This can be an enchantment creature. That's very important. Is enchantment, is Abzan, is 6 or more mana. Tristani's probably in here as doubling season at home just for populate. Is Tristani in here? No. Unsplash the life gain right now. Dry off, get a fucking towel, dry off the life gain. You here, okay, Zanubis, I understand you think you need the life gain because the deck currently doesn't close. We're just going to make the deck close. We're not going to have you gaining life. We're going to make everyone else lose life. I am even somewhat open to you keeping Tristani just as a way to populate. But hell no. Okay, so let's talk about big fuck you things we can reanimate that will actually slow down our opponent's abilities to interact with us. If we can get this into the graveyard and then bring it back with Enixia the turn that we play her, boom, all we care about is a board wipe. And if we can't find a way to make our board indestructible in fucking Abzan, you deserve to lose. And this man is a full $2. If you get really crazy with it, we can eventually go Baneful Omen. Yes, Aiko, it does reanimate as a 3/3, so the other things we're looking for is probably stuff like, at minimum, Beastmaster's Ascension, or, like, Collective Blessing. Hey, look at that. Now everything I reanimate is a 6/6. Now I'm crazy good at fighting. Half a dollar. Half a whole dollar, and now we don't have to gain life because everybody else has died in a very spooky, unexplained butt-smashing incident. Honk on that thing. We could even fucking Debtor's Knell if we have, yeah, if we go really hard on this. So we have Ripples of Undeath. How much does Hermit Druid cost? This is probably like the rest of our doubling season budget. We are pretty hefty on basics, so I would cut like more basics for like low, like cheap non-basic lands. But this is another way. Dump everything into the fucking graveyard. Is Debtor's Knell in there? Hell yeah. I have Debtor's Knell now. Guess what? I return Archetype of Endurance to the fucking battlefield. You can't touch any of my stuff. I Hermit Druid again. I get Collective Blessing. I kill you with hammers. Yeah! Like, you can bounce on it ridiculously. This is absolutely insane grime. If you do this, take out a life insurance policy first, but depending on how mean your table is, totally possible. Fear of Abduction would be like a kind of cute toolboxy removal type thing. See, the thing is, Abzan enchantments, like, I don't think it actually writes itself. I think the primary value engines write themselves, but I think all of your outlets, like, the outlets can literally just be whatever the fuck you think is cool. Imagine it. Imagine it. Like, this is the shit you need. Stop paying for your spells. Drop, like, this is a win more card, but holy fuck is there no kill like overkill, brother. This is Doom Guy levels of overkill. Yeah, fuck mana, we're doing crimes. We have green. We have green, fuck them, we ball. And so, yeah, the only ramp I think you care about is like a little bit of early ramp to get to Onyxia, and then you want to snap protect her as much as you can. And a lot of the stuff you need before Onyxia is just like, what the fuck can I do to get some stuff into my graveyard? There's like, for this we can just go to the zoo to grab all of the like good self-mill creatures in Abzan. Or actually, hold on. Let me do O-tag, self-mill. We don't need the CMC tag here. Alright. So this is a creature that can do it. Returning lands from graveyard to field tapped later in the game is fucked up and evil. GD Giant Dwarf, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Appreciate that contribution to the dog pile. Recur Fall of Thrawn to lock the game while ahead. No, we don't have to spend all of the Riz we've just gained on fucking land destruction. Literally, the way we lock the game while ahead is we just play Legion Loyalty while having access to any banner effect. And then everybody fucking explodes. $6 is a lot of budget, so we may be running out of room on this. Growing ranks. Yeah, this is fucked up and win more. I would recommend this to replace Tristani immediately. So we have ripples. How much is this orb? I know it's a lot. Yeah, like 17. So we probably can't fit Mesmeric Orb in, but I think we can fit, at minimum, Ripples of Undeath and Hermit Druid in. Then as Aftermath Analyst, kind of 270. We might have room there. How much is Skull Prophet? I'd put Skull Prophet in over Aftermath Analyst. Unless we already have Skull Prophet. Because that's cheap, so you might have... No. We want to get Skull Prophet. We want to get Ripples of Undeath. Fucking Milliken. We want 15-cent card. Does exactly what you need. Shigeki. We have him. Thank God. Everybody clap. Oh, Alec, man, they've gotten growing ranks already. Then you just cut Tristani normal style. You could like almost play. I would love Renin 7 if it did not conflict with your commander CMC. Because it conflicts with your commander CMC, I'm not a huge believer in it. Kind of same goes for Underrealm Lich. I like Lumra expensive. God damn it. Bramble Familiar, fucked up and awesome. 50 cents. Good Dork. This can also... Guess what? Hey, now if you draw an incredibly fucked up enchantment that you wanted to reanimate... Got him. Fucking got him. So I would fuck it up with that. Old Stick Fingers. Yeah, you have 25 creatures. You cast this guy for like 2, 3, 4. Cast this guy for any realistic number. And you will probably dump a hefty amount into the graveyard. And he's incredibly, incredibly cheap. So I like him probably more than Scout the Borders. Like, straight up, the most important thing we can get is getting to our commander. Is Grim Guardian already in here? Fuck Grim Guardian. Fuck this guy. He's lame and he's slow. You know who's not lame and slow? Legion, Loyalty, and Aliens. Self-replicating aliens who all get +3/+3. They're not slow. Do that. Fuck Grim Guardian. Grim Guardian has negative aura. This dude is staring at you and hoping that you die of tuberculosis. Grim Guardian's artist is aura farming. An 8-mana spell that we're reanimating for free, Deem? Yes, because I can read. How about you? We're not on mana. We're on crimes. Get that through your fucking skull. We ain't paying for shit. Insidious Roots might cost too much. But I do kind of like it being a double duty token generator plus only $4 maybe. After we cut, I mean, we have goddamn $10 tied up in useless life gain. So once we get rid of this, absolutely. So let's drive the point home. Let's goldfish this a little bit. Let's see what its card selection looks like now to show how much better its card selection is going to be later. All right, we have our Win More card. We can make this enter untapped. No turn 1 play. Wow, you dug deep for this shit. Dope. It will enter tapped, so we'll play the tap land turn 1 because we're smart like that. We play Shigeki. Do I have anything on 3 I want to play? Probably not. I just bounce Shigeki back to hand. I look at top 4. I get a land out of this. Oh, hey, look. Another dumbass aura farmer instead of something fucked up and powerful. I will discard this worthless Saga. Or I guess I'll fucking discard Doubling Season. No, but I think they're fine, and I don't think any of them have been like great. I like the suggestions I'm suggesting more, basically. Like, I also want to emphasize it is not possible for us to get through these streams if I open up every card that gets suggested. If I recognize the card and mentally I'm like, that's fine, then I probably am flicking past it because I do have to look at other stuff. Yes, do this. Double dip on a trigger. Excellent. It's a thing we can recur. It costs 50 cents thanks to this one printing of the Snitties. Now we get to scry 1. Fuck Abzan charm. God, I love budget. God, I love budget. Oh, it puts it to field? Hell yes, that's way better. And then we would fucking... Well, then in that case, things are different. If it puts it to field, we would have grabbed the planes. And because we grabbed the planes, we would have been able to replay them on turn 3. Then on turn 4, we do it again. Because this is the only thing in the world that matters. Thank fuck. So we have sack to populate, and we have mana dork. We can replay them again. Next turn, Anithia time. Now, because we have hit one of our engines... You're not being a bother, Alec. I want to impress that upon you. I'm just trying to get through everything. The best thing to get back is doubling season, and I want to impress upon you how much better it would have been to get back something like Gravebreaker Lamia, something like Debtor's Knell, something that gave everything hexproof so that we don't have to worry about protecting Anithia. See, now we have Krufix's Insight where I can get enchantments to hand, not where I fucking want them. I want them in here, where I get them for free. And then we give flying. I don't think they need to have flying. I think you just need to, like, there may come a stage where you actually have to give evasion. Right now, just give them a fucking stat line. So, like, the best thing we'll do is we will just reactivate Shigeki to get this to field. We'll keep that on top. Combat this time will get Eidolon of Blossoms back, but doubling season will make 2. So 1, 2, see each other, draw 4. Now we have 3 Blind Mice, which is good. We have Binding of the Old Gods, which at least is removal. But yeah, like, oh god, Satsuki? We don't care about sagas. Not at all. Oh, up to. Okay, so we can dump to graveyard. So I like that more. All right, so cards in hand that I think are quite bad at this point in the playtest. This seems quite bad. I realize it is an enchantment, and so technically it synergizes with our other enchantment stuff. But it is removable, and if it's removable, it's non-recurable. And if we mill it, we can't recur it. And which to me makes it worse than just being like Sky Shroud Claim land ramp. I don't think we give a fuck about this because we're casting very few enchantments. If Alec Man, the graveyard player, is in your pod, I will allow this. Real hater shit, very cute. GD Giant Dwarf, true. Bounce lands are actually very playable and highly desired in this deck to force you to discard to hand size. Fuck sagas. God, maybe not fuck City of Death. That's a good saga for this. That's a really good saga, but fuck the rest. And not, shut the fuck. Okay, all 3 sagas you have in your hand might be fucking heat, but shut up. And then I think populating is the right energy, but not the best thing ever. Fuck this card. Fuck this card. This is my hero. And I think this card's okay. And so you have a mostly functional deck. But I think the thing that is holding you back from like true spooky bracket 3 is that we have, you have literally invested too much in making everything like double and triple up after we get it. Like with the populate, I don't even know what we're doing with the life gain, but with the doubling season as well, we're spending too much on how do I make it happen more once it happens, and not enough on just like, how do I get a truly fucked up enchantment into the graveyard? Zanubis, I know what populate does, brother. We're like 5 for 5 on me going like, hey, this thing you're doing is the wrong direction to take this deck, and the person going, no, you just don't understand what the mechanic does. I fucking do. I understand that they are a creature token that you can create more of with populate. It is it is entirely separate from my criticism of it. It is like you're populating to make more of things that are not good enough in the first place. That is my criticism of it. Populate great when the thing we are making is backbreaking. But because we are so deep on like populate and doubling, our only plan is just this like amorphous, like, what does your deck do? I don't know, but it does a fucking lot of it. Versus getting some very, very explicit and deliberate advantage pieces into the graveyard highly reliably, and then grabbing them with Onyxia. That's what I'm talking about. Like, populating should be the cherry on top of some shit that is otherwise going well. Like this Ondu Spirit Dancer stuff, Song of the World Soul stuff. There are some cards where populating with it will go crazy, but when we are allowed to mana cheat, by God, should we be using the fact that we don't have to pay mana? We don't, like, if we don't have to pay mana, we just have to pay crimes. The curve should not look like this. That's my point. You can have a couple of the like best populate pieces in there. Like Song of the World Soul, hey, great mana cheating. Populating Song of the World Soul probably creates so many triggers that your table just concedes on the spot. But this other shit that's like unrecurrable creature to make token copy of, I'm going to tap Tristani to populate. I'm going to gain life for no reason. We already know what's wrong with that one. I'm going to make a 2/2, which it's good. Like it's not useless. However, you would be better served Gravebreaker, Lamia-ing a backbreaker into the graveyard than you would getting an extra 2/2. Like we're trying to just go kind of value vomit rather than projectile vomit. So I'm going to put you here right now. We have some generically good cards for the strategy, but because we're just like all in on generic goodness under the onus of this budget limit, the deck doesn't get to have a lot of personality other than like, holy fuck, isn't that a lot of enchantments? And so what I would do, look at the really expensive enchantments, find ones that you think have crazy riz, and orient the deck around, how do I get these into my graveyard by the time I play Onyxia, and how do I turn them into a win once I have recurred them? Whatever big fucked up enchantment creature you think is the coolest, it can be that, but that's how you introduce riz. That is how you introduce personality into what people will otherwise believe is just a generic value pile, is taking like 3 to 5 specific enchantment creatures that you think are dope as fuck and building the strategy around how do I mill these assholes into my graveyard, recur them, and then convert them into a win. and then you just go straight up. And I think you can even do that under the $150 budget onus, because the really expensive enchantment creatures aren't going to cost that much. All right, next we got Scraw. And then Mr. Ninja after that if you're around. Mauled, quick question. What deck do you recommend I play to be a better person? I think we would all be better people if we tried CEDH. Straight up. I think we would all be better people if we had at least a medium amount of exposure to a legitimately level playing field. We spend so much time in Commander trying to eyeball a level playing field with Rule 0. That gets so much easier to do once you have actually experienced, like, oh, we are all actually pushing this to the maximum. This is what it looks like when everything is pushed to the maximum. So that's my answer. Or Niv Mizzet. GD Giant Dwarf, thank you for the additional 100 biddies. I appreciate all your contributions to the dog pile. Are you on top yet? Hold on. Deck needs to be treated less like Enchantress Synergy, more like Reanimator with a weird enchantment aftertaste. Exactly. I agree with that 100%. Okay. Are we on? We got to do an ad break. Who did I call next? Scraw. Scraw, are you around? Did I miss you after I called your name? Scraw is present. Perfect. Anyway, I'm going to ignore this advice and play the commander that has the 4 mana growth spiral. I hate you. I hate you. All right, let's hit a quick ad break. Then we're going to do Scraw's deck. You guys, holy shit. You guys, holy shit, this pudding's so good. God damn. God damn, is that tasty. Zoria, you raised such a good point that I'm half inclined to ban you for it. Let's go ahead and bust open Skraw's deck, which is spooky. Edgin Storm, but lore accurate. Sorry, Edgin Storm. Alright. God damn it. Let's see how far you fall, but you're starting here. Fill cheeks with re-employment spells, then machine gun them off once the board has a mass of creatures. So we have Edgin, Larcenous Lutenist. Each non-land card in your hand without Foretell has Foretell. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, go to target creature an opponent controls. Board wipe, how about hit somebody else? I like that. The only thing I think is... I won't even get into what's missing yet. I'll just appreciate the bit for what it is. That Darby, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Okay, copy spells. Very normal thing. It's from the D&D movie. Yeah, it's a secret lair for the D&D movie. Okay, draw spells. We have a lot of cantrips, which they are bad, but does make sense in the... well... I guess in the context of we want to double cast a lot. I have a job. I have a job for you. So we're going to take everything. I think the weakest part of this, what is going to slowly drag you back down to everybody else here, is that we're only taking it until end of turn. That's typically very funny and typically causes you to get your ass beaten after the turn you do this on. Okay, interaction. We have Aether Snatch. We have an offer you can't refuse. We have Defabricate. Misleading Signpost. Stifle. So, okay, Treachery. I like that. I do enjoy Treachery quite a bit. Couple Wheels. Sure. Storm Time. So don't worry about that. Storm Time. We have Insurrection, but it has Storm on it. We have 1,000-Year Storm. Sure. We have Nalfeshni. We have Diplomatic Immunity. Me when is it? So true and real. So true, King. You're the fucking best. There is no shot you can spend this. You have more sorceries than God's got sandals. You have almost as many sorceries as lands, and you are floating mana in your fucking upkeep? Come on. Don't worry about it. Okay. Oh, it's 4 Foretell. Okay. That's my fault. I didn't recognize your game. Back up. We'll scoot you back up. Okay, so we just foretellings. It's a special action on our turn. I don't think you have to. Yeah. Okay. All right. That's cookery. All right, so Thrawn Turbine, another specifically for Foretell. Token Vomit will kill me. Very real. All right, so what are we? We're at Spooky. This looks to me much more like silly. I don't see any type of coherent way we're going to try to end the game unless you're like, oh, I only play Commander with my brother who is a dedicated illiterate dinosaur player and lets me borrow his stuff to kill people with. It's truly, truly silly. All I'm thinking about is like, how do we make the silliness convert to a kill? No lands, so we do free mulligan. This has enough lands. Not the best cards. Fuck it, we ball. This is a silly deck. We skip 4 fucking turns. Wait, no, we skip. Oh, wait, we drew this for turn 4. Yeah. We skip 4 fucking. No, 3 turns. What am I talking about? Edgin's 3 mana. Turn 4, we play Agitator Ant. So we now have Edgin and we have a goad thing. Chris Pine works out. Next turn. We play Cosmos Charger, which allows us to foretell. I'll just foretell take for a ride. It's turn 5. And we get to foretell for 1, and we get to do it whenever we want now. So I'm going to say fuck the token players, and I'm going to steal a bitch. That will give me a goad trigger. And I'm going to get, I'll use this as my steely guy. So I've taken 1 thing for a turn. I've told the elf ball player to sit the fuck down. I swing this thing. End of turn, I put 2 more counters on Edgin. And like somebody has a big creature because we have Agitator Ant. Oh, but Edgin has to swing too because of Agitator Ant. We give that back. We go to our next turn. We can plot this for 4. Then on other people's turns, we like foretell. And then we do land drop, foretell, play this for free, which allows us to get the surveil 3 first. Thank fuck we have Willbreaker. I was gonna say, where is the permanent based theft? And then we'll take Willbreaker into hand and get 2 more things. We play Willbreaker. That uses up 5 mana. These are all cost reduced by 2. So we don't quite have enough. Scraw, I meant from the previous turn. Like I had been going on the previous turn, I had given Edgin counters. Oh, until my next, holy shit. Oh, that's broken as fuck. I don't have to. I can't read it all. Dope. All right, Edgin's safe. Next turn. So we steal, but now, so now we have like 3 instances of we're going to take something, air quotes for the turn, but it's going to be forever. Take something, air quotes for the turn, but it's going to be forever. And then goad something, which will take it forever. So I love the Willbreaker interaction. Without the Willbreaker interaction, this shit sucks. At least for spooky. I believe in it for silly. I love it for silly because we have like plan the heist is a phenomenal way to benefit from this like I'm gonna foretell all of my goddamn hand, and then I'm gonna plot this as well. That is awesome. The little trick with the like Thrawn turbine or whatever to get just enough to foretell something. Those are all good little value tricks, but the only thing that resembles a game plan to me is I have to get Willbreaker into my hand as fast as humanly possible, because otherwise my board state is non-existent. Like I get to do hee hee hoo hoo, I get to swing your creatures and then they kill me, I think. Now, if you are a master propagandist, doesn't fucking matter. Fuck 'em, we ball. But to live up to the name of this, I would be very interested in seeing more permanent theft stuff like Willbreaker. I think that would make the deck feel a lot less aspirational. I think another thing we should do is probably drop the cantrips. I think more things like plan the heist versus things like opt. Like I think highway robbery is preferable to like opt, ponder, or preordain. I think we kind of want to do the thing that was valid for Thunder Junction's limited set, which is like turn off, turn on. We want the on turns to be cool and explosive versus just like if we're not popping off, we don't want the dinosaur players to remember we exist. And if we go ponder, preordain just to annoy the dinosaur player, it probably ends in us getting our asshole eaten. And because we have this foretell thing, we are able to make better use of other cards like Lorien Revealed. This is initially good because it's island cycling, but it also allows you to do like draw 3 on layaway. And if you're trying to double spell, you desperately need things that are going to draw you multiple cards. All right, so permanent theft is like invoke the winds, right? This is the bottom dollar, most normal. The pips are a little bit hard to fix, but if we proxy you a really good mana base, it won't be super hard to hit this. I'd also recommend for second spell each turn, we should care a little bit more about mana rocks. Because being able to go like... Okay. Being able to use a mana rock to de facto get a cantrip, but also like get us ramp for later turns, very, very useful for us. So like Talisman, Is It Signet, we can even do stuff like Mind Stone to sack it for card draw later in the game. And then for permanent based theft, there's not a ton. So a lot of this is gonna have to be like digging through our deck. Like this would just be second Mr. Steal Your Girl. This would be double down on theft rather than doubling down just on Edgin behavior. Beguiler of Wills. Ooh, Blue Sun's Twilight I think would be good. This is another good theft part. Beguiler of Wills is a kind of funny, like, you have to work for it, but I'm imagining, and this is still, I think, silly, is the problem, is the particular interaction I'm thinking of is you play Beguiler of Wills, you chain a couple cost-reduced temporary theft spells together, and then you use that to make your board wide enough to steal something for realsies. Oh, Foretell doesn't help with X costs. Okay. In that case, I would urge you to consider, if we want it to be on theft, we may need to branch out just from things that Edgin can cast. Because something like Inevitable Betrayal is 100% necessary for the type of stuff you're doing. And this doesn't help, like Foretell doesn't help you with this either. That doesn't matter as much when we're trying to make sure that we can actually like win the game. Yeah, there is also bribery. Dominate is another option. You at least get like 1 off of this from Edgin, but again, like Expel, which sucks. However, if we want to be a bunch of thieves, this will probably work out a lot more often than you think. A lot of people that are doing stompy decks will just have like big green creature or big red creature that will at some point be useful to you. You will non-bow the forecast, but again, if we're emphasizing the theft and if we're emphasizing long-term theft that is going to let us win game, sometimes that'll have to happen. Ooh. I would kind of think about this too, because with Foretell, this is one of the better decks to set up a turn where we tap very, very few lands. Because we can foretell this down to 2 blue, and then it becomes, I tap 2 blue, lands I control don't untap, but I've only devoted 2 blue, or maybe I devote like 2 blue, like 1 red, because I foretold another thing. Whoa, that's sick. Yes! We got another fucking person on the Is It Threat train. Scraw is going to hell, but they're going to hell happy. So yeah, I would do Kefnit's Last Word. I think Kiora Best the Sea God, like we begin to stretch it a little bit, but this just becomes like, now, hey, Edgin's just fucking ramp, baby. Edgin is just making this a 5 mana spell. Like we play Edgin, the turn after we play Edgin, we foretell this. The turn after we play Kiora Best the Sea God, gives us a dope fucking blocker, and then eventually steals something from an opponent on a permanent basis. I think that works really, really well with the curve of the deck. This is another keep control of for as long as I own thing. This is, if you have Kevlar to wear to your LGS, this is a great card. There is also the OG bribery. This becomes just another like, I'm cost reducing this with Edgin. And like a really important thing. Oh, Joe Cherries, thank you for the tier 1 Twitch sub. Welcome to the dog home, my podcast co-host. But a really core thing I want you to understand about theft is that it's very funny and it's very bad. If we are relying only on cobbling together our game win based off stuff other people have, sometimes we got to break into their fucking house. It's not always enough to wait for them to play the good thing and for us to then take the good thing off their table. Damn, I spelled it wrong. Also fucked up and good, where Edgin just becomes a cost reducer for this. If nothing else, take some lands. Oh my god, hold on. Is it targeted harassment if I use bribery on the one ring player in my pod every time? It is, and I will make you a letter saying you're allowed to do whatever you want because they play the one ring. Like I know some people get pressed about theft, but honestly, if you have a problem with theft, take it up with your fucking deck list. Take it up with your fucking deck list. Who cares? So that's what I would do here is I would probably swap out a few of these like slow or a few of these ephemeral theft cards with the permanent theft cards. And then this is how, yes, Scraw, you take them and you keep them. It's not enough to borrow. It's not enough to borrow the fucked up cards. You have to take the fucked up card and you keep the fucked up card and you kill them with the fucked up card. And then when they're mad at you, you go like, you did this. You did this. What's up, Beeps? But that's how you make it happen. And so I think you can get, I think you are close to peak. And I think you get peak with permanent based threat. Like I think we're right here. We're missing a teeny tiny bit of functionality because we can't keep a like meaningfully strong board state. And I think if you put in like a few mana rocks, maybe for something see, like you have this in for the One Ring. Never mind, it's funny. Never mind, keep that. I like Aether Snatch, I love that. But I think the storm stuff, I think is you trying to overcome the lack of functionality, and I think that Chinese finger trap can be escaped if we just play like fucking blatant thievery. We'll be so happy. You'll be so happy. You don't even know how happy you're gonna be. So this is where I'm putting you now with the knowledge that you understand how to get the rest of the way. I love the premise of the deck. So close. Just fuck it up. Fuck it up with Kefnit's Last Word and Kefnit's Last Word accessories. And everyone's going to be really mad. I want you to rest easy in your heart knowing that you deserve it. Okay, Pookie? You deserve it. They don't. They deserve pain. And with that, we don't have, or well, Mr. Ninja did not sign off previously. I think the last thing I'll say about this deck is like we do have Mr. Steelio Girl, but this is just like you got to keep him. It's not an, you have to, it has to be Mr. I steal your girl and then we get married and we have a very happy life together while you sieve. You are here. Excellent. Then we can do Mr. Ninja. We called for you like an hour back and we didn't find you. Yeah, this is currently I go on one date with your girl and then they stab me. All right, let's pop open Mr. Ninja's deck, which is silly, comma spooky. 80% silly. This deck is currently No. I hate Caleb and Krug. I keep having to look at Caleb and Krug decks. They're all combo decks. They're never silly. Alright. Okay. No, I'm sure this one will be different. Okay, so it's Voltron-y. It's Voltron-y. Okay, I can fuck with that. The most responsible mana curve. Win cons, we're getting equipment onto the field, then we're cost cheapening, and okay, I can rock with that. It looks great when it's doing its thing. Susceptible to early removal given the low land count. How many lands? Dog. I have looked at many a Boros equipment deck. I'm not even looking at chat right now. Ninja, I promise you person to person right now. Person to person. I don't know your life. I don't know your story. I know there are not 68 Boros equipment cards worth your fucking time. I know for a fact we do not have enough relevant Boros equipment cards to justify 31 lands in this fuck-ass deck. All you need in the world is to hit 4 fucking lands, and then everything's cool. Don't deny yourself that. Don't deny yourself that love. So let's see what we think are better than having enough lands. Let me hit you, beautiful. All right, so we have Vigilance, Trample, Haste. We have Flying. We have Menace, Make a Treasure. Trample, Haste. First Strike, Vigilance, Trample, Haste. Okay. So I understand the impulse of I am safe to run a very low land count because I only need 4 mana and then I wheel Kayla and that's going to do everything for me. The thing to consider is that if we wheel Kayla, right, we have this very, very responsible mana curve. If we wheel Kayla to get the permanents back out onto the field, if we're doing Voltron, we still need mana to equip. There is nothing more embarrassing than getting the Iron Man suit and you don't have enough mana to put the shit on you. So I'm going to highly recommend that we up the land count, probably at the cost of some of these more like aspirational Voltron pieces. +1/+0 and flying, that's a draft win con for sure. Now like trample haste plus damage, that's pretty good. First strike, vigilance, trample, haste, pretty good. There are multiple things to make equipping cheaper. Right, if you're telling me this is meant to be bracket 2 and we want to move up to 3, you are being wildly fucking irresponsible with your trinkets. You will be wild, and you've said yourself, if anybody knows what the fuck is up and just shoots her once, I'm screwed. Like, you've already seen, I know for a fact, you have seen in practice that this thing gets shit on, and we need to have the mana to keep playing the game. Stormfrax, thank you for the Twitch follow, my friend. Welcome to the doghouse. Non-evasive keyword distribution. See, like, we'd be in mad queue right now. We are never escaping silly with Barrow Blade. So, Barrow Blade, making a creature lose all abilities, that's cool, right? That's a cool interaction. I turn the blocker into a bad thing. This is deep silly. If you're cool, like, honestly, you could straight up have 2 Kayla decks, one that was meant to be good Voltron and one that was meant to be Barrow Blade Voltron. Death Touch and Lifelink, that's fine. Lifelink, that's cowardly. +1/+1 vigilance, like, what we want is either big damage or total unblockability or total protection. There are enough equipments in Boros to achieve that for you. We can have it be like Haunted Cloak is not what we want. What we want, instead of Haunted Cloak, we want the full fit. We don't need a cape, we need an outfit. You need to be on that Edna mode shit. No capes. Except for Whisper Silk Cloak, which we are going to put in the deck. Except maybe not because of like Shroud. But if we are going for if we're going for something that is going to help damage get through, we want that to be fully you can't fucking block me. Not I have trample, not I have flying. We want straight up, you can't stop me, bitch. If we're giving damage, we want it to be as meaty as possible. And so stuff that's like +1/+0, we don't really like that. If you believe in your ability to cheat attach costs, put the Colossus Hammer in the goddamn bag. If we don't believe in our ability to cheat the equip costs, then we will put in some things that let us cheat them. But like, this is the pinnacle. This is the pinnacle for us. It's Colossus Hammer and Pure Steel Paladin. That is the literal best thing our deck can do. So, full rundown of good unblockable shit. Or stuff that will tell you fully unblockable. It is Brotherhood Regalia, Silver Shroud Costume, Whisper Silk Cloak, which this one kind of sucks because you have to put it on last, which is meh. There's Trailblazer's Boots, which at most tables will say effectively unblockable. Prowler's Helm, which at almost every table will say effectively unblockable. Effectively unblockable. This is a good, just like, value piece to double dip on recursion. This is, yeah, just good value piece, but not part of the unblockable brigade. There's also Psychic Paper. You don't need to run every single one of these options, but at least a couple of these would go a long way to like replacing the flying and the trample with a more deterministic way to make sure that like you're actually going to hit a bitch. You don't want, we want to rewrite this tag. We don't want it to be let me hit you. We want it to be, hey, I'm hitting you. Cool? And then just like the sound of cats dying. Cards in hand. I think Akiri's okay. Stop the, huh? Not even a May. Not even a May trigger. We gotta, alright, I gotta ban you. I'm sorry. I love you, right? I appreciate the money. I'm putting you in prison for this. So this is like, your deck is already fragile because your commander can be interrupted. This is damn near instant non-bow with your commander. Because if you wheel, and this isn't a May trigger, this is going to exile everything. It's going to exile everything. And it's so mana hungry that at 31 lands, you're never going to be able to like do Kayla, do Bag of Holding. So if you get abraded, oh God, I don't even want to see the fallout of the most common artifact removal in the format touching Bag of Holding. Brainstone, also extremely bad. I mean, Candy Trail is at least scry 2. Hoo boy, alright. Hoo boy. Alright. Not super mad at Mask of Memory. Maze Mine Tome's also not the worst. Hey, look at that. Monument to Endurance. Great. Sure for Pure Steel Paladin. Okay. Don't mind spare supplies, particularly if we're shooting for budget. Wheeling's fine. Efficiently distributing knives. Yeah, see, like, we have all of this. We have all of this because we don't have lands, and we could we could instead have like card advantage. Fuck Soul Ring. True. I like that. I support that. Kayla spins on it twice. Real. Okay, well the untapping's not real because you're never going to have 9 lands in play. Removal's low, but that kind of happens. I think the one thing I would suggest for removal is permanent based whenever possible, or specifically like artifact creature based. So your new best friend, Skyclave Apparition. What a cutie. Hits all non-land, non-token permanents. It does have to be CMC 4 or less, but that's probably when like your relevant threats are going on, and is reusable and does not give them back their thing. So I'm trying to think if there's other red artifacts and enchantments that will do this type of like destruction. Exile target. We have to do less than or equal to 3. It's only exile a little cheapo. I think Ghost Vacuum is playing with removal like a tier above what you're going for. Soul Storming, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Get Lost is very good destroy removal, but I'm also looking specifically for creature and artifact-based removal. We're on artifacts right now. We will probably have more options with creatures. Like, God, Portable Hole is cute, but 2 or less hits so little. It's like so painful how little it hits. I think Leyline Binding is an enchantment. Oh my god, yeah, hey, can we convince you to proxy? Because in terms of Voltron things, like, this would be such fucked up and good advantage engine. This would be such a fucked up and good advantage engine for you to get some goddamn. I'll let you be on like 33 lands if we put this fucking sword in there. But if we want to be truly spooky, I mean $16 for a magic card is fucking stupid. Fire and Ice will also draw us cards, but really like, because we want to be on artifact. God damn it, we're gonna do fucking Boros Flicker. Somebody get Elk. We're gonna do fucking Boros Flicker again. Okay, this is again, we need the removal to be on a body. Fuck that, I refuse to do Boros Flicker. Okay, perfect. Hearth and Home is still good, even if the rest of the deck is not Flicker, just for the basic land grab. Okay. Bounty Agent is really great, just for sniping other commanders. Meteor Golem is not grabbable with our commander's ability. Oh yeah, Perilous Snare is super fine. Perilous Snare is very fine. If they blow it up, we just get it back the next time around. But I think probably all 7 of these get cut. I think like Benevolent Blessing. Again, I would highly recommend you proxy, and then I would highly recommend you proxy protective things like Mithril Coat, Commander's Plate. Yeah. Proxy some things that are much more aggressive about making sure you don't die. Other good ways to get ramp that you can grab with your commander are going to be Bitterthorn. This is Animist. We also already covered like pre-war formal wear as a way to double dip on grabbing stuff. Yeah, Westfold Rider, Cathar Commando, good at dealing with artifacts and enchantments, bad at dealing with other creatures, but we do have Skyclave Apparition to deal with creatures. No, fuck this card. Champion's Helm. Yeah, this is good. Very low equip cost to make our commander hexproof. Yeah, but Eris, we're not doing Flicker. They have already said, fuck that, we're not doing Flicker. So we are not putting any cards in here. We're not putting any cards in here on the sole premise of this will be good because I'm flickering it. I do like Fiend Hunter. Because what things like Fiend Hunter are also going to do is they are going to draw removal away from your commander. You'll still get fucked by a board wipe, but you will no longer be like, they keep shooting my hot queen in the chest. Now they're like, oh, I want to kill Fiend Hunter to get my guy back. Oh, I want to kill the furry because I'm in the moral right. Like, who the fuck is playing foxes, dude? Nobody. So I think like Werefox Bodyguard, Fiend Hunter, there was one other stupid white guy, Skyclave Apparition. Those are the types of things we want to use to control our opponent's creatures. Oh yeah, beautiful. Yeah, Brutal Cathar, also a great option for this. Because if we want Voltron, we want to make sure that, like... Because we need to do this to prevent the Izzet player from putting down storm pieces. Holy shit, we got 4 lands in an opening hand. The deck's perfect. Forget everything I said. The deck's perfect. We get to scry 2. I'm going to wait patiently. I'm going to sack it, draw a card, gain 3, because I'm so smart. Oh, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to have played Queen Kayla on turn 3. Turn 4, Crank Kayla. We have, oh my god, one of the best protection pieces in the deck at a mana value that prevents us from recurring it. Oh, you precious child. You precious, precious child. And another just great piece that we can never get back. Okay, so you're all getting dumped, but we get back Campfire and we get back Mind Stone. And we're going to draw 6 for the pleasure. So now we have like turn 5. We could Steel Shapers, and because I'm sick as fuck, we're gonna have Steel Shape. What was our selection criteria for these equipments? Was it the first ones we saw when we did we Scryfall sort from low mana value to high mana value, and we gave ourselves like 5 minutes to grab one? Now, I also understand if capitalism tricked you into doing this, and this is what I got when I searched my collection. Oh, okay. So let's revamp this. Let's revamp this with, we're taking you to a print store. We're taking you to a print store. and we're just gonna give you we're just gonna shotgun a massive list of like, hey, this could all fuck. Brotherhood regalia, silver shroud costume, trailblazers boots, whisper silk cloak, potential value generation, sword of hearth and home, bitter thorn, potential protection. We'll go Dragonfire Blade, Commander's Plate, Champion's Helm, Mithril Coat. We are not Tony Stark. This is what we built in the cave with the box of scraps, and we came up with one trusty machete and a dream. Let's go back to... Oh yeah, other good value generation, Sword of the Animist. These are mostly all ramp. These are mostly, hey, what's up, the glove? This is the place for hot takes and deck mistakes. This is stuff that's all going to be like ramp for you in terms of value generation. Sword of Wealth and Power. Let me blow your fucking brain inside out. Imagine the world where instants and sorceries are no longer killing you. Imagine the beautiful world where they say swords to plowshares and you said, who? Not me, dumbass. Italian boy, I have half a mind to ban you for suggesting we ramp with Reaver Cleaver. It is some sick ass art, peeps. This is a sick fucking card. So Wop Sword is also good. Let me see what other swords of body and mind's whatever. Forge and Frontier is like okay, but I don't think it's exactly what we want. Honestly, hold on. Sword of Light and Shadow might actually... Are we cooking on Sword and Light and Shadow? If we... Because I'm thinking about, like, we get a creature back to hand to wheel it, to, like, make our wheels bigger. That's the only angle I'm imagining right now. But I feel like that's something. Then yeah, I would be on Light and Shadow as well. The glove, I will not hear you out. What about Hammer of Nazan? Oh, okay. Hammer of Nazan is out because it's 4 mana. Kayla can recur things that are 1, 2, and 3. And so we want... Oh yeah, and the Voltron target isn't necessarily Kayla. Hey Elikman, it's great that you have suggested Dragonfire Blade. It's honestly sick as fuck. Okay, so who are we currently targeting with the Voltroning? Champion of Flame, Danitha, other Danitha, fucking Ruin Lurker. Alright, that's based as fuck. Yeah, tape a bunch of swords to this guy. Sure, Flying Menace, sure. Valduk would be a pretty good tutor target. But truly what I think you need to do is go up like... Either go up 3 to 4 lands or go up a couple mana rocks. If you have more mana ramp that you can... Like put it the Talisman of and the... You can't get another Signet. You can get a Talisman in. You could get... I am not going to advocate for putting Soul Ring in this deck. Cut Lotus Blossom, please. I can't look at it again. Yeah, we could put Locket in here. Oh, but yeah, this would be such a good opening if we had like Advantage Sword. If we had either like Fire and Ice or Hearth and Home, and we just got to ramp a ton and then just keep Kayla-ing over and over, that would be fucking magical. Versus like so bad. I don't really believe in this with the amount of lands we currently have, and also I don't believe in this. Versus like... No. If it's gone, it's gone. Give it up. Honestly, Anduril wouldn't be bad for making new Voltron targets. Like, this is the type of thing where I think this would go in value generation, but it makes one of our attackers better, and then we get to make a wider board. But I think the thing to center yourself around is, if I'm trying to make it protection, it needs to be ironclad protection. If I'm trying to make it damage, it needs to be +2/+2 minimum. Minimum. If it's +2/+2, it should also give me other stuff on top. If it's value generation, I need to be getting a land onto field, or I need to be getting a card into hand. Like +1/+1 vigilance, ain't nobody give a fuck about +1/+1 vigilance. Death Touch and Lifelink, ain't nobody give a fuck in this specific deck. We are not doing Corey Steelcutter. If we start flurrying, we are just going to end up with no cards in hand for wheeling. We should almost never ever be casting 2 spells in a turn. Casting 2 spells in 1 turn is a death sentence for any Queen Kayla deck. Hey, what the fuck's going on? The glove? Shut your ass up. Sunforger would be... I don't know if we got mana like this is the thing. Sunforger has some pretty cool interactions to cast a lot of pretty cool spells. We gotta... If we fuck this thing up with like Sword of the Animist, Bitterthorn, the Wop Sword, and Hearth and Home, then I'm with it. But we need much, much better mana generation before I'm like, yeah, spend 8 getting your toolbox open. The toolbox is full of like peanuts and half of a Snickers bar. Inventory management can be pretty cool. This is definitely like a neat way to cheat stuff. But again, if we wheel this, we're sad forever. Sauce God, thank you for the 1-bit cheer. Just wanted to share the news. My dad got declared cancer free. Can we get some hell yeah dads in chat for Sauce God, please? On their father beating cancer. I'm so happy for you, my friend. We love dads. Not mine. I hate mine. But we love dads in general in this chat. God damn it, Drunk Wizard. That's not the bit. We've all got dad stuff. It's not the time. Right now it's time for the Sauce God and their living dad happy stuff. Is Cass in this deck? No, and I don't think we want her because she's 4 mana. Like, I think anything that is outside the 1 through 3 recursion zone. Oh, we're also not using auras either. Yeah, for sure, no. Drunk Wizard, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the Doghouse Society of Cass costed 3. Okay, so right now, Callum the Fay-Blooded. This would be very cool. This guy would be a really high priority Voltron target. I like him a lot. Gearhead, there's 3 ways to submit a deck for review. There's a free roasting stream at the beginning of every month, but you need Twitch channel points to sign up because it's a raffle. Commissions go on sale May 4th for $69. Or you can pay $500 and I will stop what I am doing to roast your deck. Yeah, Kellen the Fay-Blooded's hot as shit. And really, like, right now, Mr. Ninja, I think you're lost. I think you have some good ideas. I like Queen Kayla as a sillier Voltron deck, but truly I cannot overstate how limited you are by doing a collection build. So you got to fuck it up with all this stuff we recommended with this good Voltron target and then see how it runs from there, because you have some stuff that contributes to a really good shell. Monument to Endurance, gotta work well here, right? Pure Steel Paladin, spare supplies, incredibly cute. Incredibly cute. But a lot of the stuff that you are like in the tank about, like the Brainstone tech, it is very difficult to watch the cookery of the Brainstorm tech when you are tripping yourself with Bag of Holding. Zenorum, thank you for the Prime sub for the 3rd month in a row, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. And so, Ninja, thank you for submitting. I hope we have given you at least a few good suggestions to put you on the right path. Right now, this is like Quinn Kayla finds her neighbor's recycling bin. And so now we are going to raid out. We will be back tomorrow discussing Commander Unbans. I have no idea what they are. I have no idea how many there are, but I do know that I will be live at noon yelling about it. I hope to see you all there. Let's see who we're raiding today. Our dog K-Goat is live. The raid message is going to be the Indestructible Justin rant. Okay, hold on. We gotta cancel. Why is Bag of Holding tripping myself? If Feldon's Cane doesn't matter because if it's gone, then why is trapping it in Bag of Holding bad? So, once we begin adding things like Sword of Light and Shadow and like pre-war formal wear, it will no longer be if it's gone, it's gone. The reason I came down hard on Feldon's Cane is recurring things by tucking them back into the deck is very much the like, it's the barrow blade of recursion. If we want something to not be gone, we are much better off making it not be gone by snatching it back to the battlefield, which we do have some options for. There are probably even more that I'm just not intimately familiar with that you can find on Scryfall as well. But so that's what I'm saying about it, is there's a lot of ways to make the stuff that is gone not be gone. Bag of Holding makes it permanently gone, but we can get some tools that make it not for sure gone and make it not gone in ways where they're still actionable. Felden's Cane is like it's gone, so I'm gonna dream about one day maybe it comes back, versus Sword of Light and Shadow is like, oh, I just have it. Mr. Ninja, I'm gonna tell you for free, this is outside of the $50 you had to pay. If it's so you don't deck yourself, you deserve to deck yourself. In a Boros Voltron deck, if you are decking yourself, that should just be a clear sign my equipments do not do enough damage. You should never take that as, I need to find a way to not deck myself. You should take that as, holy fuck, I really do not have a way to do enough damage. Even if you wheel yourself once a turn with Queen Kayla, this deck with it feels like you need to defend yourself from decking because none of our equipments deal damage. That's why. Once we fix the damage problem with the better equipments, the decking yourself problem will go away. I promise you. So now we're going to raid K-Dog with the Indestructible Justin message. I will see you all soon. I'll see you all tomorrow at noon talking about Commander Unbans. Thank you all for sticking with me, for the subs, the cheers. I appreciate the support. And please remember to stay toxic. YouTube, that's just going to be it for